Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, as we always do, most important question: how are you doing today? I want to talk a little bit about this energy, because the thing about it is I would not be surprised if it feels like if it feels very polarizing, is the best way I can describe it, which is like 1 minute you feel absolutely like amazing, and the next minute you feel like you're going to crash out. One of the reasons that we're potentially feeling and experiencing this right now is due to the fact, and I just kind of want to walk you guys through it, we have a lot of planets in Aries. And the thing about it is that often when we have the planets that we do in Aries, it can work us through circumstances or situations by which we feel like it's like burst of energy type of energy, right? It's like working through surges, if it makes sense. And the thing about it, and I kind of want to help recognize this, when you surge, you strengthen. And the way I can describe that is it's almost like I want you to think about it a little bit like a sprint, right? Where it's like when you do a sprint, it feels like the most impossible thing you can possibly do. And then you do it over and over again, and it has an impact on the way that you energetically move. So I want you, if you're feeling like that right now, I want you to kind of take that into consideration, because the best way I can kind of describe this energy is it's got a bit of a sprint quality to it. My best theory is as to why it does is specifically due to the fact that I like to describe it like the way I see it. It feels like Mercury and Mars almost feel like they're playing a little bit of energetic catch up, because what we effectively see that's happening right now is we've got all these planets that are in Aries. And you'd say to yourself, like, well, okay, where's Mars? Mars is actually still in Pisces, as is Mercury. So what I like about this, and also with the space by which we have Jupiter that is stationed direct, we basically got a situation. We finally have no planets that are in retrograde. But it can sometimes create a little bit of that rushed feeling, right? It can also have an impact on your sleep. I wouldn't be surprised if you feel like you're getting like these bursts of energy or these surges of energy where it feels like you can do everything, and then you kind of feel like there's a need to rest, because that's kind of the energetic frequency that we're experiencing. Now, all of that said, I do feel like that will change potentially as we move deeper into April, and as some of these planets start moving out of Aries. The nice thing, and the other we're also seeing right now, is the ability to effectively strengthen right now. Like, this energy is wonderful when it comes to building strength in things. And I need to stress this, the way one feels stronger is often articulated by not feeling strong. right? Like that's how it feels to get stronger. It's almost like it works through the modality by which you feel like you feel exhausted or energetically worn thin or worn through. Now, how this is impacting the energetic frequencies, it is having a big different, it's having a very different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. We're going to start first by talking about the energy that is in solitude. Now, these relationships are currently going through, they're going through the messages that we see in the world card, which is why I've been calling them world relationships. They've been coming together in this energetic cycle since about the time that we had that Capricorn new moon, which was back in January. Now, for a lot of these relationships, the ability of taking a comprehensive view is what is fortifying the relationship that are moving, that are either healing in solitude right now or beginning to build into new relationship cycles. And simply the observation of understanding the difference between readiness and steadiness, the observation of being able to effectively build into the context of intentional action, but not just intentional action, but the ability to be consistent within it, that we often find helps to demarcate what's actually happening or what always feels like it's on its way to occurring. Now, the reason I say this is because I feel like there's a lot of energy right now that is healing from relationships by which they had to move away from them because their patience wore thin. And one of the things that we see, and this is what we recognize, is in healthy relationship cycles, we understand that we never keep each other in a state of waiting. Healthy relationship is built on perpetual patience, which is the patience that we apply that allow things to change and progress. However, in unhealthy relationship cycles, we often see stagnancy masquerading as patience, which is the observation of another person that's feeling hesitancy and then tries to make another person feel bad by trying to say that they're hurting them because they're not being more patient. However, we understand that this is effectively weaponized negligence, because when we understand that the space by which we make another wait causes them pain, then we don't want to build relationships by which we see that we are causing pain to counterpart. So that observation is what is effectively helping some energy in solitude heal, right? Particularly if at the time that they moved away from a relationship cycle where it didn't feel like anything was happening, but instead it just felt like they were waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, right? The observation of that waiting cycle was not the ability of them lacking patience, but having to navigate another person's perpetual hesitancy, which is painful because, again, the reason a manifestation is joyful is because it's not just the direction by which you move it towards it, but it's the attitude you bring to it as you move, as you get closer, as you move towards it. So the modality by which it's almost like the space by which they may experience or feel that another person's hesitancy masqueraded as the call for another to be patient is what energetically spoiled partnership. And that's not easy, but it's allowing for a deep level of energetic healing to occur. We also see that there are some relationships that are moving deeper, and either that and the reason that's coming through right now is I would not be surprised with energy like this if there isn't some energy from the past returning, right? And the observation between what is actually working, what feels like there is progress, versus another person asking an individual to return back into a stagnant state is what is helping the energy to determine which direction is best for them. Now, these new relationships I see they're coming together are they're based entirely in that, right? The recognition and the observation of being able to effectively see and identify what feels energetically consistent, what feels like it's making energetic progress, right? The tangibility that is effectively adding firmament to those partnerships. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. And those are specifically the relationships that were coming together between the time of that double Capricorn new moon energy that we experienced in January up until the time that Uranus stationed retrograde, which was happening in early September. For these relationships, they were focusing on the information that we see in the moon card. This was interesting because it was actually a little bit hard to read for these energies. It was like, it was kind of oblique the entire time I was reading for it, which doesn't make, which makes a lot of sense given the context that we see the moon card in. But there's a lot of expansiveness and a lot of healing that is potentially happening in those relationships. And the healing is coming through revealing, right? It's the revealing healing. And the reason we see that it's the revealing healing is due to the fact that for some of these relationships, they've been moving through circumstances or situations by which they always felt the weight of breaking relationship. Often the space by which there was a hesitancy that they brought as it relates to moving into partnership at this time, because it was a situation by which these energies that are in partnership have a very strong sense of purpose. And the observation of the centrifugal force of their purpose being that it often felt like it was what compelled another person towards them. But then once someone was in their proximity, another person trying to articulate that the purpose was preventing partnership, this was a lot of the energy that potentially had almost given up on finding healthy relationship. But what do we see is happening in a lot of those experiences? That observation, right, of finally finding a relationship by which another person is not treating the purpose as third party, but part and parcel of the person that they're in relationship with. It's leading to a lot of understanding and expansion. However, at the same time, it's revealing a lot in relationality to what was missing in past relationship, specifically integrity. Because integrity is when our yeses stay yeses and our no's stay no's, right? It allows the observation of what is possible. And that, but that's the thing that we see, because there are potentially a lot of emotions that are coming up in those experiences, and at the same time being cleared away just as energetically easily. It's like it comes up, like the observation arises, and then it's absolutely okay because the energy is copacetic given the fact that they find themselves in the healthy relationship dynamic. Now this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. And for our purposes, those are relationships that were coming together between the time of early September up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. They were what we were identifying as the temperance relationships. Everything is mutual so long as the work is everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And so what I see right now for a lot of those relationships is a lot of patient expansion. It's working through things steadily. It's working through things with a sense of perseverance. A little bit goes a long way. And so for a lot of these relationships, it may be feeling very energetically quiet. But there's something about that quietude. I'm getting, it's a quiet riot, if you will, because it's quiet and it's stable, but it's being very energetically patient upon things because we see that they're working towards stable and expansive growth. And a lot of that work is steady as she goes, taking a little bit at a time that allows for tangible, realistic, energetic expanse. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if that energy is actually slowing down a bit or potentially being easier on the self, because we do see that there is some frustration that is being worked through there. But the work that we really see that's happening is the energy that's learning to be less frustrated upon the self and more frustrated, like allowing the external frustration to fortify the determined direction. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to getting today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class. Thank you to everyone who attended last week. If you could not be there in person, the video is now up for my paid subscribers. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with the focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do with these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards, and we'll be writing one shortly on this full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because as I said, while we're talking in generalized terms, it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you want to get on the list for today, it is an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these, 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we've got 2 giveaways today. First reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We are already at 5K likes. So thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Strawberry, thank you for joining us, dear, and welcome. Perks of Siobhan, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Also, a reminder, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need from you is the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Michael, thank you for the follow, and thank you for those heart me's. Thank you as well for confirmation on the energy, Nikki. Good to see you today. A 6.5 out of 10. Sleep has been weird. I wouldn't be surprised. Whenever we have a lot of planets, Jupiter in Cancer is helping us with sleep, but whenever we have a lot of planets right now, in Aries, sleep can be a little bit elusive. Yep. Hi, Purr. Oh, you're about to go for a walk. Wonderful. Grand Rising Dada. And thank you, Purr, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. But too excited to sleep. I mean, with your dreams, I'm not surprised that you're excited to sleep. I was going to ask the same. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Oh, Dada. Sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, you should be stoked. That's so cool. Excellent. Thank you guys. Just a lot going on, still getting used to it. I totally understand. It's been chill in deep divine union land. Oh my gosh, Dada, thank you. You guys have truly helped me on my journey. You're so welcome. Again, thank you for being here and being part of this collective. Absolutely. Oh, very cool. There are good people still out there. Don't doubt that for a moment. Excellent. As I mentioned, friends, Erin, it's been a minute. Oh, 100 to 100 better. But I was like, what's happening in the astral? I got you, dear. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You got hit last night and lost all motivation. But I like, if I don't know if you just came in, I was mentioning right now, Ducky, like this energy, it's like it's burst energy. So I would not be surprised if you feel those bursts of energy and then you feel them dissipate. It's a little bit like that. You know, we're gonna it has to do with there are so many planets right now being in Aries, and the fact that Mars and Mercury are in Pisces. So it's like a little bit of that catch-up energy. Yeah, it's not just you. We were literally just talking about it. Okay, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get on the list. We are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. If you want to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 6K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Currently, Nikki, you are the highest in the lead there. So thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate it. And if you guys could do, before we get started on today's Daily Collective read, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? Oh, you're so welcome, Dada, and thank you so much for being a part of this collective. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to be here to catch the reading live is here to receive it. June. Oh, Mary. I mean, hold on a minute. June. You gotta bear with me. That was a while ago. Hold on. Mary, I've got you. Yep, I'm taking you off the hold list. Let it just show you. I keep my records, okay? Welcome back. Excellent. I've got you on the list here. You're going to be the second person read for today. Let this just go to show, all right? Should you ever doubt that when I say you're on the hold list, you're on the hold list, okay? We just had someone get off the hold list from June, okay? Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Where have you been? Exactly. No, I understand, dear. I appreciate it. And thank you for remembering the date. We would have been it would have been worse if you didn't know the date. Good to see you, Ryan. I know. Excellent. Veronica, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. We're about to get started on the free collective, but these are donation-based readings. So it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Also, subscribers, superfans get a free 1 card each day. Excellent. And thank you for reaching your heart, me book dragon. I love your name. Remember, for anybody who is a super fan, if you recharge your heart, me, you'll also get an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. How you doing today, book dragon? It's good to see you. I know there has been a lot of hawks. I agree. Are you on the hold list too, Ducky? Excellent. As I mentioned, I can't remember the. I know. Meanwhile, Nikki's like, how many do I have? It is. All right, my friends, we're about to get started on today's daily collective read, Grand Rising Laurel. Ducky, I just need the date. No, I'll put you on now. I just need you to give me the date on when we're put on the hold list. If you give me the date, like, I'd rather do it now than later. If you know the date, just let me know, and I'll be happy to see if I can put you back on the list. The only time it becomes an issue. Okay, the only time it becomes an issue is when you guys don't remember the date you were put on the hold list. That's the only time that it becomes a difficulty for me. Thank you. Excellent. All right. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. And as I mentioned, if you could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Sunday, March 22, 2026. We are starting with a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to get started right now on the headspace of masculine. I was literally about to pull the cards for masculine from the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Literally flew out of the deck. They're all transverse. Give me one of them days, my friends. Okay, let's get to it. And there's 5 of them. There's 5 of them. Wonderful. A lot of energy in Aries right now. Let's get to it. Okay. You know, this is the thing. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna get through it. Okay, how do I do? Oh my goodness. But it's all transverse. It's all transverse. One thing at a time. Okay. And I gotta stress this. I actually don't mind seeing. I know this is gonna sound a little bit wild. I don't mind seeing this type of energy when we have these many planets in Aries, because and I want to describe this as it's well fortified Aries energy. And what do I mean by well fortified Aries energy? There's often a misconception that Aries energy is pugnacious, right? There's a misconception of a lot of that experience by which there's that shake up energy, right? And the thing about it is Aries energy has never been like that, right? It's the misperception that we often have in the difference between warlike and warrior, right? And it's a continuation. Like, I'm just going to read, like, the overarching message is this is a culmination of the lesson between warlike and warrior energy, right? Because warlike is always looking for something to prove itself against, right? Warlike is always looking for something to feel strong against. And that's never been Aries energy. Aries energy Aries knows their strength, right? Aries energy is in the modality by which one understands the quality and condition by which one feels strong. And that experience, right, that demarcation as it relates to how it feels to be strong, you'll often notice that those who are strong, what do? They work on refining delicacy, right? Like, pay attention. The strongest energy in your life isn't trying to prove strength to you. They're trying to understand how to be delicate, because that experience, right? The thing is about it, and I like to describe this, Aries lessons are often working through the difficulty of heavy-handedness, right? Because when one is strong, one has a heavy hand. It's not something one tries to have, it's just something that one observes. And you'll often notice that those with Aries placements, as they maturate, will work into the space of becoming more energetically elegant with their strength. And elegance is effectively the space by which, right, we understand and we effectively move through things with a I want to describe it as with fluidity, right? And this is beautiful, because this is what we also like to talk about with the harmony that we find between the signs, right? That everyone has, right? Each stands beside them, and each has what the other needs desperately. So we have the modality by which we see that those with Aries placements are often seeking the energetic fluidity of Piscean energy, right? Piscean energy is often looking for what? The energetic fortification that one finds in Aries energy. So that ability of being able to effectively understand and identify, right? I understand and identify the elegance of approaches, as it were. This is a continuation of what we often see and experience in relationality to working through the understanding of the self. And that's what we see. I'm like, that's why I know that there's a lot of cards here, because I'm going to just read off the cards we have in the masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. But the fact that they're in transverse, they're all like, there's a lot of them, but they're all in transverse. Like, that is what we're effectively seeing. Because, and I want to point this out, there are 5 planets that are currently in Aries right now. So we've got 5. This is effectively the energetic alignment point of those planets that are in Aries. And so what do we see? We can count them off, right? So we've got the Neptune energy that's working through the transverse of the 2 of Cups. We've got the Saturn energy, which is not surprising, and it's working through the 7 of Swords in its transverse. That's very Saturnine right there. We've got Venus, which is going through the 5. Look, do you see this? We've got 5 in the 5 spot. We got Venus that's working through the 5 of Wands in its transverse. And we've got Chiron here that's within King of Pentacles in its transverse. You know, we also got Eris, and Eris is here with the Ace of Wands, right, in its transverse. So these are very powerful cards when you take them, right? When you take them comprehensively, because this is literally the articulation of what we talked about, that says the unification of strength is not one by which one is trying to transgress for past action, right? That when we're truly strong, we don't believe in recursive action, but rather we put our eyes forward, because when we put our eyes forward, we're able to move into energetically amending and making the future better, right? So there's something really beautiful about that, because I see, right, this is a lot of the energy of masculine that's moving, working into the context of regret, but moving regret into energetic betterment, right? It's hard work to do that, but it's most vital and important, because that is literally the sound of love being formed. Now, continuing, moving towards feminine, and for feminine today, I'm feeling tarot, actually Nouveau Tarot today. Yeah. 3 cards, please. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. There's only 3. Thank you, feminine. Much appreciated. Yeah, feminine. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Pentacles in its reversal, and we've got the 5 of Cups in its upright. Wow, there's a lot of 5 energy, man. And here's the thing about it. And I gotta stress this, like, we gotta talk about the 5 energy in the tarot, because the 5 energy in the tarot, energy in the tarot is often, let's just be honest, it's often a card. It's often a conflict card, right? It's a conflict card. But I got to point out, I don't mind seeing where these 5s are placed. I don't mind seeing where these 5s are placed, because these like a lot of this energy that we're identifying here, it feels very focused, right? It feels very focused upon the observation of what we're working to heal. And there's something really important about that, specifically and particularly as it relates, I just keep on seeing, as it relates to feminine energy, working with intention. And this is the thing you have to understand. And this is why comparison is so toxic, right? Because anything that moves us away from intention is anathema. Anything that moves us away from intention can often be seen as anathema. And the reason we say anything that can move us away from an intention is anathema is because, right, the modality by which, right, the difference, and this is a continuation of what we talk about with Aries lessons, right? What is a life trying to prove yourself against things, right? It's driven energy, but driven to what end? Right? It's driven, like, that's literally what you see, driven energy, but driven to what end? Because, and this is how I see the feminine is healing, understanding the poison that is put into feminine in navigating situations that make feminine feel like they have to effectively add up to things or energetically meet external expectations. Because that's often the space that feels exhaustive, like driven, but driven to what end, right? Because if you're being driven by anything that's not purpose, then what's the point? But often we exist in a society that tries to tell feminine that their highest aspiration should be meeting others' approval. And you see how toxic that is. Because when you don't know what another person pins their approval to, then effectively being driven to what end? Because here's the funny thing about approval that you'll notice in trauma situations. It's like catch the approval. The approval's here, the approval's there, the approval's everywhere, right? It's like catch the dancing approval, right? And so the modality by which one is trying to like catch the approval, right? I got a little bit of a news flash for you. It's not built to be caught. Okay. If you are here today trying to capture the elusive approval, then I've got a little bit of bad news for you, my friends. I've got a little bit of bad news for you. The approval is elusive. It's evasive for a reason. It's very convenient that way. Because when the approval is evasive, then you're being driven to what end, right? It's constantly in the space by which it always feels like it's a little energetically out of reach. But when you recognize that, right? And this is what Aries learns very quickly, right? This is why for Aries, like being able to embody the Aries lesson, Aries isn't competing with anybody. Aries is only competing with one person. And that is the person that they were yesterday. The only healthy thing there is to compete against. And that's not to say that there isn't something to be said for healthy competition, right? Healthy competition, you'll often notice, is the celebration of strength. It's almost like it's more of an exhibition, right? A healthy competition feels more like an exhibition because it's the energetic delight that we have in building into the context of strength, rather rather than the modality by which we often feel, right? We often feel the heaviness or leadenness of experiences that make us feel that we don't energetically add up. So this is a lot of the energy I feel like that's working through that. And so I feel like there's a lot of healing during this time and a lot of catharsis. And a lot of that catharsis that we observe is effectively the fortification of the energetic strength in recognizing the intentional elusiveness of the nature of approval. This brings us to non-binary energy. For non-binary energy right now, we're going to be using the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards to clarify, please. One, two, three. We've got here the Sun card in its reversal, the 2 of Swords in its reversal, and the 5 of Wands. Oh my God, there's so many 5 out. It's all so many 5 cards today. Okay, it's fine. We've got double, and this is, we've got the 5 of Wands that is in the masculine headspace. So we've got a matching pair there in terms of what's going on in the non-binary. And we've also got, and I want to describe this too. A lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing in this space right now is working into the context of identifying and recognizing the ability to identify and recognize our own sense of energetic focus is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about this is, like, I keep on getting for a lot of this energy, never will you find more disapproval than when you're trying to find focus, right? Never will you meet more disapproval than when you're trying to find focus, because what will you often hear as you're trying to find focus? Energy that tries to articulate that you're focusing on the wrong things, right? And that is, and I want to describe that this it's working into the context of those that desire one's energetic gaze. And I just keep on getting this, like, never when you're trying to find focus will you find disapproval from energy that wants you focusing on different things, because that is often the experience of being able to see the difference between intention and attention, right? The difference between intention and attention, which is effectively attenuated by the energetic observation of effectively working through things, but not just working through things, the observation and understanding in the ability to stay focused under situations that often feel the space by which, and I keep on hearing this, when you're trying to focus, pay attention, right? Because if you're in the modality by which you're trying to focus and others are trying to demand attention, right? As the understanding as to whether there is intention or attention attenuates to you everything you need to know as to whether another cares about you or whether they're trying to bring trauma to you, right? Because, and I want to point this out, often trauma comes to us cloaked in others' disapproval, right? The modality of trauma that comes cloaked in others' disapproval is often the articulation of working through, and you'll always notice this, the attention that feels nourishing, right? The attention we effectively put towards things that should nourish versus, right, the energy that often works through, and I keep on getting this, there's nothing nourishing in a trauma environment, right? There's nothing nourishing in a trauma environment in the space by which we understand the quality and condition by which the only nourishment you find in a trauma environment is having to eat another's disappointment, right? So the modality by which another person, like the space by which you ever, like you'll notice this, right? Like, don't move, I'm not done telling you how disappointed I am in you. Right? That is literally the meal you will have in a trauma environment, right? Can you leave your seat now? No, I can't leave your seat. I'm not done expressing all of the ways you are an energetic disappointment, right? The modality of working through the understanding of what it is that we energetically need to prove is articulated by others that attenuate what we do, right? And I like to point this out. When we care about each other, we give each other tools. And when we're trying to give each other trauma, we give each other disappointment. Continuing to get clarification, moving back into the heart space of masculine. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. We've got here, one moment. And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. 2, 3. We've got here the Page of Coins in its upright, the 3 of Coins in its upright, and the Knight of Cups in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing there in relationality to the heart space of masculine? I feel like what we're observing is working into the context of, I keep on getting holistic approaches as it relates to how we effectively heal. And the thing is, there's a lot of this coin energy in the heart space of masculine. And the thing that we see often, I don't mind seeing this many coins in the heart space of masculine because, and especially with a Knight of Cups, because it often speaks towards, right? It often speaks towards the understanding that love is expressed by energetic effort, right? The modality by which, and we often talk about this, like when we say more than words, we mean it's really easy, right? It's really easy to articulate through the breath the things we care about, right? It's very easy to attenuate our care via breath. Effort effort is the application of love into tangibility, right? Effort is the application of love into tangibility. So our observation of being able to apply energetic love or effort towards things effectively attenuates into what it is that we ourselves care about. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy there, that attenuation point or that modality by which another is, and I like to point this out for the energy of the masculine that's working to heal, right? It's the observation that says, right, like love isn't, you can't just articulate upon love in words, right? Love is energetically defined by action, but not just action, the ability to effectively love one another by being energetically mindful of one another's wishes, right? Because this is a lot of the masculine that's healing between the difference of the fact that often trauma comes towards counterpart in the act of a grand gesture, right? A grand gesture to whom? right? The modality or the experience by which another tries to articulate a grand gesture, if it's not a grand gesture that another hopes to receive, then that's often the modality by which we effectively receive trauma towards it. Because it's not, it's the combination, right? When you understand the nature of love, it's not just enough to have a grand gesture. Because often, right, often the ego delights in delivering things not that another person needs, but that we ourselves hope to receive. So the modality by which we attenuate what a grand gesture is a modality by which we pay attention to the energetic needs of those that are surrounding us, right? And then we are energetically, there's no grander gesture than making sure another's energetic needs are met. Because in the modality by which we do so, that is us effectively attenuating a grand gesture is being mindful of another's wishes, right? And the modality by which we're energetically mindful of another's wishes simultaneously with the ability of bringing a grand gesture towards it allows what we understand as a heartfelt offering. Because what is the difference between a grand gesture and a heartfelt offering? A grand gesture is often something that another person is very deep in their headspace upon, feeling that they're giving to another that another person never asked for, desired, or wanted to receive, right? The trauma that we often experience in another's grand gesture, and then the trauma that they experience because we don't receive it in the way that they anticipated, because why would we? Because it's not something that they were doing for another, they were doing it for themselves. They were effectively, again, the ego likes to give the gift of, right? The ego likes to give the gift of what the ego would like to receive rather than what would be effectively necessary or needed by another, right? While a heartfelt, right, a heartfelt offering is the observation and attention that we energetically pay towards each other's intentions, that we then are effectively able to provide via being mindful of one another's wishes. That brings us to the heart space of the feminine. 3 cards for feminine, please. Let's see. And we're going to be utilizing for feminine right now the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space. Yep, they're right here. 1, 2, and 1 more, please. We've got here the Ace of Swords in its reversal. Double aces right now in feminine, both reversed. The 2 of Pentacles in its upright, as well as the Queen of Wands in its upright. That's some heavy energy. That's some heavy energy in the heart space of feminine right now. But let's get into it, because the thing that we're effectively identifying there, and I want to describe, and again, if you're a tarot nerd, go ahead and look at the spread today, because we've got, I need to point out, we got an Ace of Pentacles in its reversal with an Ace of Swords in its reversal. And this is literally in combination, like this is the same message that we see in the masculine spread, which is basically the feminine is absolutely exhausted by receiving grand gestures instead of heartfelt offerings, right? Because here's the thing about it. A grand gesture, right? A grand gesture often feels like someone bequeathing us something energetically unnecessary, right? A grand gesture often feels like another person bequeathing us something that is energetically unnecessary, because it's the modality by which another person expresses the import that they themselves hold towards something, rather than the observation of what we tangibly need. So the modality by which we often work through this is a lot of the feminine energy that is working to heal from trauma in this way, right? The modality by which another person tries to articulate a gift that isn't a gift to the self, is a gift for them. Is a gift for them. It's like, here you go. And so those modalities and experiences by which we work through that, right? It's painful, right? Because it's painful because this is often, right? I feel like this is often the feminine that feels that they have to energetically weigh, like they have to perpetually feel like they're weighing the energetic intentions of those that are perpetually around them, right? Because here's the thing about it that's hard for feminine. Trauma always dictates a need for excessive wariness, right? Trauma always dictates a need for excessive wariness because in a trauma space, good reason, right? In a trauma space, good reason to be wary. Like when you're in a trauma space, you have to be literally aware every single moment. Like what minute, because the minute your guard goes down, boom, trauma, right? But the modality by which we work through, and this is the hard part about it, right? When we don't heal from our awareness from trauma, we become the source of trauma, right? When we don't heal from our wariness from trauma, we then become the source of trauma. That is the trauma that perpetuates in the modality by which we say to somebody, you can't trust anybody, right? You can't trust, don't trust anybody, right? Like that's trauma being passed down, right? There you go, there it is. Look, there it is. I'm trying to help you. I'm giving you a gift, okay? It's a weird gift. Where'd you get that gift from, huh, buddy? Where'd you get that gift from? So that observation, right? Like that in itself is what often feels like it can be energetically debilitating to the feminine because it's working through the observation of a reasonable gift that becomes profoundly unreasonable depending on the environment that you have it in, right? Like that wariness, right? When you're in a trauma environment, that wariness is like, great. It's like you need that. But then the same thing that you need to survive, right? The thing that effectively shields you in a trauma environment, now the shields become a knife, right? That's what happens as we effectively work to heal. And this is why we have to do the work to effectively let go, right? Let go of the same things that were required in order to effectively work through the experiences of the past, right? It's the hardest thing to do. And we often see this when we have a lot of, it's like I keep on hearing, like often when we're going through a lot of energy that's in Aries, it talks about the painful, it's like the cruelty of trauma, which means half the time you need to create parts of yourself that you wish that you didn't in order to survive it. And then once you're free of it, you spend the rest of your existence trying to shed those same things that you needed to create in order to protect the self, right? It's unfair, but often recognizing the unfairness of it is how we begin to heal. Continuing to get clarification, moving towards non-binary energy, 3 cards to clarify. We've got here. We're utilizing for the heart space of non-binary the Tarot, Nouveau Tarot. 1, 2, 3. All right, we've got 10. We got 10 of Wands energy. I feel like that 10 of Wands keeps popping up in the non-binary space. 4 of Pentacles in its reversal as well, as well as the Moon card in its reversal. I don't mind seeing these cards right now because this is the energy that articulates there's nothing more beautiful than vulnerability as choice. Right? And this is often I feel like this is often energy that understands and recognizes the value and significance of what do we mean by vulnerability as choice, which is often the modality by which we understand the cruelty of others that have not healed from their trauma environments. But that's why we choose to energetically love regardless, right? The modality of love that we bring to things is often articulated by the fact that how another person chooses to carry love is their business, it's not ours, right? That's often the shape of it. And you just have to understand that, right? Because the modality by which you allow your guard to be up is the modality by which you allow trauma to win, right? There's nothing sadder in all experience than the modality of closing our own heart spaces due to the observation, right? Even as, and this is the hard part about it, it's hard to keep them open, right? It's hard to keep them open when you understand that even in the space by which you're trying to energetically heal, often you'll have two different modalities that come towards you in that fashion. You'll have those that are effectively not ready to let go of the same things that they needed in a trauma space and inadvertently hurt those that they come into energetic contact with, and simultaneously potentially working through the modality of those who have, and unfortunately it's just the truth, those who have malintentions, who have strayed off of their own path of purpose, that build more into approval, right? I told you, more into chasing the ineffable approval rather than moving with the jurisdiction of one's own conscience, which is effectively articulated in the space of understanding the modality by which that moves. But the modality is, and this is what we understand, this is what we talk about with love, it doesn't matter what another person's doing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how another person chooses to use the modality of the love that they experience, but one's ability to observe and absorb it tells you everything you need as it relates to one's own sense of healthy energetic direction. And it's devastating, right? It's painful. It's painful when we observe that, because we recognize simultaneously not only, right, not only the pain that we experience in experiencing it, but also we feel the pain that allows another to feel that they themselves have to endure an experience in that way, right? Because what happens is once you heal, you know the truth, which is it doesn't have to be like that, right? It doesn't have to be like that. But when someone is in the grip of their trauma, right? What does trauma say? This is not personal. It's just the way it is, right? Because it's the modality by which another person holds on to their trauma so tightly, they don't realize it's cutting them more than it's cutting anyone else around them. Continuing to get clarification, moving back into the unconscious space. And we're going to be reading, we'll be utilizing for the unconscious of masculine. Hold on a moment. Unconscious of masculine, we are going to be reading, we'll be utilizing the Tarot, Nouveau Tarot. 3 cards, please. Woo! Oh wow, these came out fast, and they're all beneath the page of coins. So we're going to read them the way they came out. So, and that's Cantilever, 3 of Cups, an 8 of Pentacles, and a 4 of Cups in its upright. So what we effectively see for a lot of that energy is the observation of working through, I keep on, the observation of working through the capacity or the experience of what we energetically look forward to is what I keep on seeing. Because when you understand, right, when you understand a manifestation goal, then the ability of working through a healthy manifestation goal is one that can be mutually shared. We talk about this a lot, but even in, and this is what we keep on getting, the thing about a gesture, right? The difference between an offering and a gesture is that a gesture is something that we effectively, and I like to point this out, like it is something that is for the self, right? That's more from an observational aspect, right? It's a display, right? An offering is something that we give forth from. And so I feel like there's something in relationality to that, which is understanding, right, the difference between and I feel like this is hard for a lot of the masculine that are working to heal. The ability to perceive the difference between gestures and offerings, which is, it's very easy, right? It's very easy to articulate upon how one feels, putting the point of activation towards it, right? Like the activation makes it an offering. It's the performative point versus the activation point. And so I feel like we see something there that's very energetically important, because the observation of, right, the observation of effectively absorbing or giving forth. And I like to point out, gestures are someone articulating the fact that they're well absorbed. Gestures are observations of others who are well absorbed. When one is well absorbed, it's easy to gesture because you have a full understanding of something that's going on. But offering is being able to apply energy towards doing something differently, right? Observation, effort is the space by which it becomes, right? Our words become offering. So we see that this is a lot of the energy that is either attenuating. I've got 3 different modalities happening right now in masculine. Either looking back at a past version of self and being like, oh Lord, that was a lot of gesturing. Like, that was a lot of gesturing. Which often happens. If you're having that moment, welcome, hello. like, how you doing? That's a good thing, right? If you're looking back at the past self and you got notes, that means that you're learning something. Great. Okay, welcome. But or this is energy that's literally seeing that in other masculine energy, and they're seeing it as detestable, right? Because once one sees it, it becomes detestable between the modality by which one articulates but isn't actively moving towards something, or this is the energy that's working to integrate, right? Trying to get better, which is what we are always doing all the time, right? It's never that we're perfect, but the modality by which we're working on it is usually calibrating how well we're doing in terms of it. And that's why we see, and again, I feel like the only thing about this with all of these unconscious cards, like that are coming through on the first spot in the masculine, don't be too hard on yourself, right? Be hard on how you're working to change something, but not hard on the self, is what I keep on seeing. Okay, that's important. Feminine energy. Feminine energy, we've got 3 cards, please. And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 2, 3. We've got here the 4 of Cups. Wow. Okay, so we've got a lot of 4 of Cups energy coming out today, because this is, look at, I just want to show you this. We've got a 4 of Cups here and a 4 of Cups here. So a lot of 4 of Cups, both for masculine and feminine. 4 of Cups, 5 of Cups, and Ace of Coins. There is literally, and again, if you're a tarot nerd, go look at today's spread. We got 3 aces in the feminine energy. 2 Ace of Coins. 1 reversed, the one under unconscious is upright. This is a lot of the feminine energy, same modality that I'm seeing there. This is feminine energy working to energetically heal by forgiving themselves for the modalities or the experiences by which they were chasing the elusive approval, right? Follow the bouncing ball, right? Like follow the elusivity, follow the elusive approval that is everywhere except where you yourself are standing, right? It's the modality by which we work to understand. And when we understand that, when we understand the quality and condition of trauma spaces that often articulate, that speak upon following the elusive approval, then we don't do things for approval beyond one person and one person only, which is the person we have to look at in the mirror each day, right? The person that we have to see there, which effectively shows us, right? That is the approval, right? That is the approval that truly counts, because that is the energetic shape of our own heart space. So that modality or the work that we do, right? Sometimes it feels energetically thankless. But again, we don't do things. We don't do things in the modality, right? We don't do things in the modality of what is energetically thankful to others. We do it with the perpetual gratitude that we have in terms of what we want to energetically give back to ourselves. And that doesn't have to be selfish, because when we understand the nature of care, right? You are everyone around you, right? You are how you treat the lowest of you. And so when you recognize that, then you don't feel energetically proud if there's experiences by which, and you work to heal from modalities comparison, but you also work to forgive yourself for being in a society that perpetually made you feel like you had to hold that standard outside of yourself in the space that feels like it's ever elusive, because it's very convenient to notice a standard that is elusive, because 9 times out of 10, that is trauma in disguise. Bottom of the deck for the non-binary or the unconscious of the non-binary right now. Again, we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 10 of, we've got a lot of 10 energy here. 10 of Swords in its upright. 6 of Wands in its upright. And the Hangman in its upright. Okay. There's like buoyancy right now with a lot of this non-binary energy in relationality to the unconscious. And I need to point this out. This buoyancy that we're effectively seeing here. I feel like the buoyancy that we're effectively seeing here has a lot to do. I feel like it has a lot to do with the observation of what it means, right? Like what it means, like this is the gift that we give to each other, right? I feel like this is a lot of energy that articulated the fact that they shed dread long ago, right? And what is dread? What is dread? Dread is the fear of not knowing, right? But here's the thing about it, and this is what this energy understands. As you're healing, you will feel dread, because you have to understand, if you're used to trauma, right? Then you're going to have to move through dread to get out of trauma, right? It's going to feel weird. It's going to feel weird. It's going to feel weird, because when you shed trauma, then you're moving away from anything that feels right. The nice thing about trauma is at least the trauma is predictable, right? The unwavering stability of the painful known versus the unrecognizable unknown, right? And this is why it's so hard to move away from trauma environments, because, right, what is trauma often doing? Instilling fear. What is trauma often doing? Instilling fear of the unknown, right? And when we understand that dread is effectively the unknown, like fence around our trauma environments, then our modality of effectively working through, right, working through our own dread, it's not to say, right, I keep on seeing like dread, like this is the energy, that's why I keep on hearing this energy that said, I shed dread long ago, or else I'd still be in that trauma environment. Is what I keep on seeing. It's the energy that says that it's not about, right, our ability of healing. And this is what we talk about with shadow work. This is why we talk about the fact that in order to heal, you better get comfortable with dread. Because if you're experiencing something that's awful, at least the awful is familiar. And the fear of the unknown is what you have to overcome to be able to move out of the trauma environment. And as you move and as you grow and as you heal, right, happy is going to feel weird. Happy is going to feel weird. Stable is going to feel suspicious. It's going to feel a little sus. Okay, it's going to feel a little sus. Here you are, used to all that trauma. What's that? Joy seems suspicious. Seems suspicious, right? And it's working through, right? It's working through that energetic suspicion that allows us to be able to heal from the superstition of the trauma, right? And what is the superstition of the trauma? You better watch out for that. No, don't look at that. Nope, 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 nope. Right? That's what trauma does. Whoa, trauma. Just come here, right? And as we heal, what do we often say? Right? We start to forgive ourselves for the spaces that made us not trust in the first place. Right? We start to forgive ourselves for the spaces that made us, and here's the thing about it, understanding, even in the modality of healing it, that some of that trauma applied to us was even, right? And this is the hard part about it. Some of that trauma was often well-intentioned, right? It's not about an understanding and recognizing the trauma, right? That even often the trauma we experience can be well-intentioned, is how we continue to heal as well. Because that is the space by which we're energetically mindful of each other's intentions. Bottom of the deck on this reading, masculine, we're going to be using Tarot of the Divine. Ace of Cups, man, there are so many aces in this spread. I feel like this is I feel like this is a lot of the masculine energy working through. I keep on hearing, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something, is all I keep on hearing. And this is what we talk about as it relates to building into a space of energetic gratitude, right? The modality of gratitude isn't a manifestation goal, is not about fulfilling curiosity, right? That we have to be like, when we're working towards a manifestation goal, we have to bring a healthy sense of curiosity to things, but not, I keep on hearing, not be obsessed with curiosity. Because the difference between having a healthy curiosity as one moves towards an intentional manifestation goal is finding it curious what you find within yourself that you didn't expect to see as you're moving towards it, rather than the energy that often moves around, not so much in the modality of trying to like I keep on hearing, the elusive hunt for the manifestation goal is one that often just becomes, right, the space of working through one's own sense of energetic dissatisfaction, right? Like, if you feel dissatisfied, there's nothing you will hold that you won't find dissatisfaction in. Everywhere you go, there you are. The observation of being able to energetically heal does not start from outside the self. It starts from within, via the observation of how we feel, that we often articulate upon. And this is the difference. Do you feel like this conditionally, or have you felt like this perpetually? Because if you're going through the modality by which another person says this can, right? This is often the extremity by which we understand, oh, well, if everywhere you go, you find the same thing, who's carrying that? Are you finding it everywhere, or are you bringing it with you, right? And this is why we do the work to heal internally, to be able to help observe externally what is energetically occurring. While for feminine energy, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to, the exclusivity, something loving is never energetically exclusive. The modality by which, and I want to describe this, the exclusive is intrusive, because it's the modality by which, especially with this strength card, right? When we articulated that the shape of our trauma is having fear of othering, then there's a tendency of our trauma not to allow others in. But this is what we understand when we're building into sanctuary, which is the modality by which we understand and recognize what feels energetically stabilizing, specifically and particularly as it relates in the joy that is energetically shared. So the modality by which we effectively work through something, right? And I keep on seeing this, like for a lot of the feminine energy, effectively working through those experiences or working through those modalities, right? That ability of working towards a point of energetic stability, I keep on hearing there is strength in awareness, right? And energetic strength in awareness is the modality by which we effectively work towards things, because I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy that's healing from experiences such as those experiences by which they themselves feel. I keep on getting the spaces, and I want to point this out, right? Like this is why, like this is often, and I like to point this out, there's nothing more beautiful than a feminine with a sense of purpose, but never in the context by which a feminine carries a sense of purpose, right? The observation of those that often will try to articulate that their purpose lacks the correct focus, which is the modality by which the feminine often feels, right? Having to navigate others' abandonment wounds in the act of having one, right? Is the observation of understanding that our purpose, when it's energetically aligned, is beneficial, not just to ourselves, but to the world around us. But this is a lot of there's some deep ancestral healing that we see that is occurring for a lot of the feminine energy, which is almost the modality of saying, how dare you have purpose when you're supposed to be taking care of me, which is often the sign of an unhealed inner child energy, right? Because when a child can articulate the need for care, they no longer are in the capacity of requiring to receive it. In the articulation, right, the phenomenon by which another person can articulate the nature of the care that they require is exactly the modality by which another person is showing their own capability of being able to create it for themselves. So this is a lot of the feminine that has to work through those circumstances that often feel energetically frustrating, because as the feminine is building into a sense of purpose, not only are they building into a sense of purpose, but they're dealing with everyone else's abandonment wounds in the process of them healing in that way. Continuing to get clarification, bottom of the deck for non-binary energy, and we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, King of Swords in its reversal. And the King of Swords in its reversal has to do with like literally like, this is what I meant about like and I'm sorry, this is why I laughed when I saw all these cards in the non-binary unconscious space, because like these are really nice cards. I just gotta say, these are like if you're a tarot reader, these are buoyant cards. These are very buoyant cards, which is the energy that often recognizes, like, they recognize the dread that's just like, oh, it's dread. But versus like, oh, it's dread. Like, it's like versus, I keep on hearing dread. Dread is articulated by a cause, right? Because here's the thing about it, like, especially with the King of Swords, and I like to point this out, this is what trauma does. Shouldn't you be sadder right now? Shouldn't you be more sad that I'm trying to traumatize you? That's what the trauma says. Shouldn't you wipe that smile off your face? Like wipe that smile off of your face when I'm trying to traumatize you. How could you be in here with that? You know? Like that's and that's the thing about it. Like that's the funny thing about trauma, is that when you get to that point, right? And you're like, oh, you're trying to traumatize me. And someone's like, stop laughing, and being like, but it's funny. It's like, it's fun. It's like, and the reason it's funny is because it's like, it's not only someone trying to traumatize you, but them like literally being upset by the fact that like when you perceive it, like you're just like, oh, okay. Like it's just you just kind of move through it. You're just like, okay, it's weird, but all right, fine. Because that's often the modality by which, and I want to stress this energy has experienced that on countless occasions and in many different ways, right? And the experience by which another, right? Like I just keep on seeing it's working through the observation of someone being like, and I like to point this out when we're good with ourselves, being like, yeah, I know, I live here too, right? When we know ourselves, when we know the self, be like, there's nothing in this home that I do not recognize. This is what we talk about with shadow work, right? Shadow work is understanding the mansion of the self. It's knowing who lives there. It's being energetically aware of everything that we're effectively working through. And it's not the fact that there's anything, there's always, it's not like everything's perfect there, right? Oh yeah, the closet is a real mess. The closet's a real mess. But we're aware of the situation. Like, I know. It's the awareness, like this is what we talk about. Like shadow work is effectively taking that flashlight and shining a light into it, right? And it's that why we talk about the curiosity that we have for ourselves, right? The curiosity is beautiful because when we are obsessed with understanding ourselves, we become each other's blessing. Because what we say is, you are safe here. You are safe here because not only are you safe with me, but I am safe with me. Because how could you be safe with me if I'm not safe with me? And the work that we do to understand ourselves, we become each other's safe houses. We become each other's sanctuaries. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You can book the reading and pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'll never DM you. I'll never PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our class this week on the court cards in the cup suit. Our next class will be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied before we start the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best effort moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards over the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. You will be receiving that free reading. And thank you so much, Avatar. You came in second, so you will have additional cards in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps as well, you can get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments. A stack. Can someone, the word sub is in front of it, James. If you go to my link in my bio, you'll be able to find all of the other, spaces. Excellent. How you doing today, Book Dragon? Absolutely. Don't start. Don't start what, Ryan? Here we go. I just read the cards, man. It's not my fault those cards came out. I just got to read them, you know? Hold on a minute. Absolutely. And welcome, Dada. Pugnacious. You know, pugnacious. Punchy. Okay. Eager to argue. Yep. Grand Rising, Nicole. I can so relate to this with an Aries moon. Oh, I can imagine. I'm not worried about my Aries babies right now. Comforting to hear. Oh, we were talking. Yaz, you can go back. You know where to find it if you missed any part of it. Good to see you today, Yaz. Thank you for encouraging. Again, if anybody missed any part of the Daily Collective, it's available now as a podcast over on Stack, and it's also available over on the place where we keep the videos. No problem, dear. We'll be doing the 1 cards after, Ruby. Hi, Bridget. Welcome. Hi there, Meandering. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, is that your sister? Oh, nice to see you. Welcome back. Let me stay oblivious and think these people exist. Thank you for sharing the live, Chris. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you for reposting, Nicole. Deirdre, thank you for the follow, and thank you for those heart knees. Thank you as well, Amaitra. How you doing today? I'm afraid I can't read what you wrote there, dear. I'm doing well today, Dada. How are you doing? Connie, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, it's my. Thank you as well for confirmation, Ed. Hi there, Phoenix. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope that things improve if they're headed home. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. So much support. And Phoenix, thank you for those heart knees. He's not hanging upside down here. This is an upright hangman. That's why we articulated that it was in its reversal. I have a whole class on the way that they're hanging. If you're interested in it, you can find it over on the Stack for subscribers. And we got to 50K. Thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. We'll be gifting that reading to the collective. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. True, I went shopping. Speaking to me, I felt major dread yesterday. I don't trust it. Conceal, don't feel. I don't know if I approve of that. I don't know if I approve of that, Ryan. Right? You can feel, I mean, you can feel and conceal. But I mean, the question is, well, what are you working on concealing? Right? I mean, if someone's trying to build reactivity in you, then yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you see, yeah, Phoenix is asking the same question. Laurel, transitioning from a trauma environment to the unknown and oscillating between freedom and fear, self-care on, tap to claim. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Laurel. Yeah, don't be suspicious. We're Scorpio right now. Every time I hear that, I just think of scorpionic energy, you know? Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Thank you for the heart, Amitra. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Everywhere you go, there you are. I know. It's not mine. You know, I didn't, it's from Siddhartha. I mean, it's not from Siddhartha, it's from Steppenwolf. Yep. Thank you for the follow, Gigi. Yeah, we're talking about concealer or cover up. I don't wear makeup. I'm confused. Nice, Phoenix. Skylar, thank you as well. And guys, please, you know what I say. Please don't direct message strange people offering weird things when you message them. You know, that's all I have to say about that. Apologies for those who get in here. Let your feelings go. James, I'm not a hater and never will be. No, nor should you be. Why? It's a terrible way to live, right? What an awful way to live. Absolutely. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you as well, Ed. Yeah, interior and castle mansion town. Beautifully said. I like it. Hey, creative. All right. You were very welcome, Atomic. And thank you for the follow, Fox. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Kirby. I know the March one is really cute. All right. Hold on a moment. Yes. Aries are solid. Yeah, worry about the, I know. We've been talking about this, right, Nicole? Like, it's not so much the concern. It's not so much the concern for the Aries energy, so much as it is potentially, I'm more concerned with those with Piscean placements right now. Hi there, Alondra. I'm happy to read for you on that, but I'm afraid I don't read for pregnancy. But I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. I couldn't find the boxing gloves. Julia, I don't know if your full sentence came through because all I saw is does my boyfriend, which sounds like, it sounds very existential. Does my boyfriend? Guys, just a reminder, please don't message people promising weird things. Thank you. Apologies for that person that got in here. We got a does my boyfriend me? Julia, I'm happy to read for you, but these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation, and I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. We're going to continue right now. Same thing, I do pet readings here, Tawny. If you'd like to get on the list is open. We also offer free 1-card readings to superfans. So if you want to become a superfan, if you're joining us on the Clock app, just hit that orange arrow at the bottom of the screen. I'll be happy to pull cards for you when we get to the 1-card reading time. Also, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your channel membership there will also entitle you to a free 1 card each day. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your free 1 card, all you need to do is recharge your heart me's, and that will also entitle you to a free 1 card. No problem, Bridget. The first person is your Stella's the first person on the list right now. So Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Stella's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Oh, I have to do the 50K too. So before we continue, let's do that. We'll do the intuition check and then we'll do the 50K. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen because we'll do another giveaway when we get to 100K. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Hi there, dear. Dandy. If I want to do a dream interpretation reading and it's long, the best way to send it, either send it in the notes, just include it in the notes when you send the donation, or are you a super fan? No, you're not a super fan. So I'd say if you're a super fan, you can put it in the disco, but if not, I would say put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can email it to me directly. Either way. I got you, Stella. All right, before we continue though, we're going to give away that 50K reading. I'm thinking of a number right now between, between 1 and 36. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Congratulations, Yaz, you got it. Woohoo! We'll do that again when we get to 100K. Yaz, that reading will be available for you to use starting tomorrow. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. We are doing, and the disco, yeah, add an RD at the end of it. Yep. We can't say, the apps don't like hearing the other apps' names. So, okay. Yep, they don't like it. They don't like hearing the other apps' names in their house. Okay, so it's a disco. All right, bear with me a minute. I just need to pull up the info here. All right. No, so Tiff, oh, wait, what are you, oh, you're trying to get into the disco? Send me a direct message here, dear. Send me a direct message from here with a disco gift. And if you send me a direct message from that link I just pinned with a disco gift, and I will send you access to the disco. Okay? You're welcome, dear. All right. Let's continue right now. Excellent. All right, there's some information I have to read here. So just bear with me a moment as I read. And again, if you guys ever have information that you feel is relevant for our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. For those who are interested in getting on the list today, we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. We also do love readings. All right, bear with me a minute. Wait a minute. All right. Yeah. Okay, I got you, dear. Beautiful question. Yeah, it feels like an angelic read. Oh, yeah, you see that? That's interesting. This is important. This doesn't happen often. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got to, oh, it's interesting that this was flying around. No pun intended. You got to go into the wilderness with this one. When you can't matriculate it, you got to go into the wilderness. And I feel like I think you recognize that what you're doing right now is not what you would desire to do. It's what you have to do, right? Because I keep on, and this is why it feels like, and I like to point this out. Like sometimes I don't know how to explain this best. Our angelic energy would really prefer not to have to intervene, but often feels the need to intervene when we're not getting the energetic assistance that we should in doing something that is best for us. I'm going to say that again because this is the best way I have to read about this. This is why it's called an intercession point. Okay? Like the angelic energy would rather not have to intervene, but the modality by which we move towards what is best for us and others around us are not building into approval, right? Often that's the angelic energy being like, hi. Like it's energy being like, hello. I was hoping you wouldn't have to meet me. Like, see the energy going, that's why they're always like, don't be afraid. I'm here. No, it's fine. I just need to catch my breath. I see the energy being like, help is on them. But I think that the thing about it is, I think you recognize this. There's a difference between a gaze and a glare, is what they're saying, right? You know, right? I wish I had a pair of sunglasses here because like I literally see somebody with sunglasses on, which is the difference between a gaze and a glare, right? Is someone being like, look, like, wow, that's awesome, right? Versus someone being like, thank you. Versus someone being like, you know what I mean? Like someone like looking, but like looking with like a real squidged up face, like that type of energy, like like with like the teeth gritting, and you got a lot of that around you. So yeah, you don't have to let someone glare at you. That's you inner child healing. And inner child healing says you don't have to let anybody glare at you if it feels like they're glaring, right? And so I feel like that it's rude to stare, right? So you're allowed, but you also articulated it, right? You're proud of something here, right? As you should be. You want to be in a space by which you hold. I keep wondering, you have to think about this. This is not you showing off. This is you holding your accomplishments as testimony, right? And what does it mean to hold accomplishments as testimony? Which is a modality by which you show something because you say, this is incredible, right? This is what I'm doing is incredible. And you know what? It's even more incredible because you're doing it lonely, right? Doubly incredible because not only are you doing it incredibly, but you're doing it lonely. Which is why I've got a very strong angelic around you that says, I'm here, because they're effectively in the modality of saying, right, that is you effectively working through things, and you're not alone, right? You're not alone in that. And so I feel like the space by which I keep on seeing, right, and I want you to understand this, your autonomy is your business. Your autonomy is your business, right? Because when I say your autonomy is your business, which is the modality by which we see that the observation of you effectively building into the context of desiring to catalog something that you're doing that's truly incredible. I want you to think about it as that's you scrapbooking right now. You're going to be showing that to someone someday. You're going to be showing what you're doing right now quietly, right? And even in the modality by which you said that you wanted to post it somewhere or do something with it. That's because you're building a scrapbook. And when the day comes that you found the energy that cares, right? I keep on hearing that awe energy, it's amazing, right? You're gonna find your ability of being able to recognize who you should keep close to you is going to be articulated in how they respond to you showing that to them. Because that right there, like I said, when I said it's testimony, that was coming from an angelic that said that testimony. And what's interesting about it is the testimony is the work that you do, not only in documenting what you're doing, but the modality by which you show the new energy that you're building into and you experience it, and the way that they receive it will tell you everything you need to know as to whether they are worthy of being held closely to you. Because, and I keep on getting this from the angelic, when we're trying to better ourselves, in incredible ways, the only sound we should hear is yay. When we're trying to better ourselves in incredible ways, the only sound we should hear is yay. Keep going. That's amazing. You should be proud of yourself, right? Not what are you doing? I can't believe they're letting you do that, right? And I keep on hearing the incredulity is what you're healing from, right? The incredulity that you're meeting as you are accomplishing things shows you how much meanness you yourself are healing from. And that's why I keep on having an angelic that's very close to you, because I like to point out, like, particularly this angelic shows up, it's like, I should not have to be the one being here, right? The energy's like, I should not have to be here, but here we are, right? And that's not your fault, is what I keep on seeing. That's not your fault, right? Like, that's the energy. Like, I like this is the angelic thing. I love this angelic. This is the angelic that shows up that goes, I am the one that shows up when things have gone wrong. This is the energy that goes, things have gone wrong. It's a lot of that type of energy, which is, it shouldn't, like, that's the and so I feel like, you know, and I think that even in the space by which you understand that, right, that says your job right now is minding your peace, and your peace is precious, and how you, and I keep on hearing, you can mind your peace and also decide who gets to watch you succeed, right? And even in the mode, and I keep wondering, you can create something and potentially not have it for everybody to see, right? That's something you have to remember too. I told you, think about it as a scrapbook right now. And see if the perception of it acting as a scrapbook changes your perception in terms of how you're addressing it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, four of cups, right? Because, and I like to point this out, right? Glare. Like, glare energy is weird. I'll tell you right now, glare energy is like the weirdest energy, right? Because it's the modality by which another person's like, I see you've been blah, blah, blahing, and being like, why aren't, like, instead of congratulating you, right? Instead of celebrating, right? The difference between, I keep on hearing, prepare for the weirdness of someone who seems invested in keeping tabs on you, right? Like, prepare for the perpetual weirdness of someone who is energetically keeping tabs on you, which is the modality of someone who's like, I want you to be aware that I'm watching, Like, I want you to be aware. I want you to be aware that I'm watching, which is like that type of energy that, again, I told you, it's like that's like ominous energy, right? You know, like that's ominous energy, being like, okay, like, okay, are you okay? Like the reason you say okay when someone's like, I want you to be aware I'm watching, being like, do you need help? Like, why are you obsessed? That's obsessive energy, right? You want to find the point of obsession. The point of obsession is someone who's like, I want you to be, it's like lurking energy, like energy that hovers but does not articulate, that says, I want you to be aware that I'm watching, right? The modality of another that doesn't effectively celebrate or congratulate, but effectively, I keep wondering, stands there like this, but can't help looking over the energetic fence, right? That's weird energy. You don't need to allow them to glare at you in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And you can tell the difference. I feel like that's what this angelic is helping you with, right? It's helping you build a distaste for that type of energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Got you. Yes. Oh, it's okay, Nicole, but if you recognize that you're only off by a couple, that's actually a really good sign. Okay. Tiff, no, just send me a direct message. If you became a super fan and you would like access to the disco, just send me, like, click the link I'm pinning here and send me a direct message to the disco, and a disco gift, and I will send you the invite. Yep. I love this. We've talked about spending money. Read it on the dream. Absolutely. How you doing today, official? Yep. What does what mean, Yelps? Yeah, do you see the cards didn't want to shuffle? But that's what I mean. Like, if someone is not receptive to the fact that you're changing, then they have to stay in your past, right? The energy that refuses to see you change cannot come into the manifestation goal with you. Mm-hmm. And thank you for those sunglasses. That was amazing. I forgot we have them. Yeah, why is it doing it? It's doing it lonely, incredibly, because you have to overcome your fear without anybody cheering you on, right? Like you're doing it entirely for yourself. Like you're having to be your own cheerleader. It shouldn't have to be like that. Julia, I'm happy to read for you on that, but again, the way we have questions answered here is not repeating the same statement in the chat. So I'd respectfully ask to please refrain from continuing to post a question if you're not going to send a donation in order to have the reading on the question. Thank you for being respectful to the chat rules. That gave you goosebumps. Let that serve as confirmation. You are definitely protected. This resonates like crazy. Thank you, Meg, for also receiving this message. Thank you as well, Ed. Yeah, it's like, okay. Like, it's like, it is like, okay. You know, absolutely. Oh, and guys, please remember, be wary of those who are asking you to inbox them for a private reading. True readers do not ask you to inbox them for a reading. This is my only account, and the only place you can book a reading is live with me here or via my site. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Is Mary back? Mary, are you back, dear? Mary, if you're back, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? No, don't apologize. It's okay. So back to the hold list they go. I hope we see them again before June. All right, the next person on the list for today is the next person on the list for today is not Mary or Bridget. So the next person on the list today is Meg. Meg, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And oh, is Mary coming back? Yeah, okay, no problem. Hi there, Meg. We're doing a general, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant to our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, we will always miss you when you're not here, Bridget. Impossible. All right, let's get to it. And let me just post this here as well. And just a reminder, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting another reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I vote Saturday night reads once a month. I know it's a, you know, it's a little trickier for me to do the evening reads, but it's a definite, I can definitely keep it in mind. I'll put it that way. I know you guys have given me a lot of requests to be on in the evening. I will see what I can do. Look at my schedule. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna pin before we get started. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Oh my gosh, it was 3 a.m. per. Oh my gosh. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7. I was up late last night too. 6, 5. It's the Aries energy. 4, 3, 2, 1. B. All right, we'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Meg here. Guys, make sure to give Meg some love. Mm-hmm. 3 cards, please. No, 4 cards. Silly argument. Somebody's having a silly argument around you. Who's having this silly argument? Ugh. People with too much time on their hands having silly arguments about things that are not important. Yeah, exactly. I got it, man. You know what? This is some silly. No way, dude. Don't. Absolutely not. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. I can't. Nope. You know what? You know, energy. There is some energy that only shows up when things are good, right? Oh look, here comes the things. Here's energy coming out of the woodwork, right? And I gotta stress this, okay? Like, because I've got, I don't know what, like I've got, I got 3 different people around you right now, right? And I'll tell you right now, okay? And I will point out, they feel like admirers. Let them admire. The reason, The difference, the difference between an admirer and someone that is energetically invested in you is the difference. You were, you know what? And I'm going to work through, we got to work through, oh my gosh, these kind of readings drive me nuts. I see you in a space by which you've got healthy energy around you, right? What a difference some effort makes. Oh, look, you look amazing. What's changed? Effort. Like, I literally see some energy being like, oh my God, you look amazing. What's changed? I found someone who puts effort in, right? Like the observation of how easy it becomes with someone that effectively energetically aspires and wants the same things as we ourselves do. And always in this context, right? Here come the energetic, here comes all of the admiration energy, right? And what does the admiration energy say? You know, I never forgot about you. You never forgot about, you didn't do anything though, did you? Right? That's what energetic admirers energy goes, I never forgot about you. Yeah, I know, because all you do, like it's very easy to be a thought form in someone else's experience rather than the reality. You know, don't be letting somebody sentimental try to be coming in towards you in the midst of you building into something energetically healthy. I just keep hearing, I never forgot about you. I never forgot. And of course, if you did something at the time, you wouldn't have to forget, because you'd be real and right here with you. It's like, yeah, I can't with this energy. I can never with energy like this, because it's always waxing sentimental. You know, it's always somebody like trapped in the wax of sentimentality. You know, I've never forgotten. I know you never forgot. You like I never forgot it. Like, I see you being like, I never forgot either. I've been trying to heal from it for years. So let me, somebody sentimentalizing the trauma, you know? I can't with energy like this. You really hurt my feelings, right? Who hurt whose feelings? You know, you really hurt my feelings when you didn't let me hurt you anymore. You know, like, you know, when you stopped letting me hurt you, it really hurt my feelings. When you stopped letting me hurt you, it really hurt me to my core. I'm sorry, it's not everybody, and I gotta stress this, because I see one of these people going to another person that you have some kind of history with, and then being like, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now with this? Like, it's like, I see somebody, like, I literally see somebody trying to ask for someone to talk to you on their behalf, and then being like, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your, I literally see somebody being like, are you out of your mind? Because, and I gotta stress, and it does feel like to me, and I want to point this out, like, I feel like you've got a lot of energy, protective, like very protective energy around you right now. You've been through something. And the hard part about it is, and I always like to point this out, the abusive energy always assumes they're just really romantic. You know this, and I got to stress this, and I feel like you know this, right? You know, like, like it's always the energy that is super abusive that tries to articulate upon the fact that they're a hopeless romantic, right? And because it's like, it's always the space by which they're mourning what they lost, failing to recognize why they lost it in the first place. You know, the abusive energy always becomes hyper romantic, because, like, how else, like, and I want to describe this, right? Like, this is like the modality by which you have to say to someone, right? Like, and I feel like it's almost like, and I need to point it out, like, I almost see a situation by which you have to, like, literally say to someone, like, are you, like, are you kidding me? And I want to describe, like, healthy boundaries. Healthy energetic boundaries are being respective in terms of what we ask for. You're not being rude if you've asked somebody repeatedly to to stop coming to being in contact with you. That's not you being cruel, that's them being cruel. Because when we care about each other, we are mindful and respectful of each other's wishes. It's rude, it is rude to insist. And so I feel like the space, like, and I've got like, I feel like the space by which, like, and I want to stress this, like, I've got a lot of energy supporting you right now. I feel like there's energy supporting you right now in ways that you wouldn't even imagine. Because even in the modality, right, and I want to point this out, like, I feel like I see a friendship being ruined because somebody won't let you go. And I don't mean when I mean won't let you go, is like somebody who continues to go through the throes of feeling like something that you and another person are going through is like some kind of like overly, like I keep on hearing like somebody say like it's not a love story, right? Like somebody being like, oh, I need to get them back, and somebody else being like, you need to let that go. Because often I keep on hearing the space by which another person is like, oh, I need to get them back. I literally keep on seeing someone saying that's not romantic. It's concerning, right? Because that is not, we don't get things, right? Or we don't build into, right? We don't build into the context of effectively, like, I feel like it's the modality by which, like, I literally see a situation by which you couldn't have been clearer to somebody. You know, you told somebody just how good it could be. They didn't believe you. And now they have to energetically see it. But that, I keep hearing, that's not on them. Like, that's not on you, that's on them. And I feel like in the context by which another person tries to come towards you, energy that cares about you will prioritize the peace that you found for yourself. I'm going to say that again. Energy that cares about you will prioritize the peace that you found for yourself. And I feel like even in the modality by which you work through that, I think that it's, I feel like it's like, and I keep on hearing, no, I keep on getting no help me energy, which is like, don't let, like, I want to stress this, and I need to point this out. When somebody is in a point of distress, they will hold themselves as energetic hostage. That is literally the sound of someone who needs help, right? Like the modality by which another person starts saying, aren't you worried about me? Aren't you concerned? Being like, yes, I'm concerned because it's the space, like it's the space by which our taking care of each other should not be imperative on giving each other over like perpetual attention is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, four of cups. You know, I want you to like this is really important because I just keep on seeing a situation by which like energy that like I want to point this out, energy that's perpetually in the space of saying I'll show them is continually hurting themselves, right? Because it's like everything that they do, it's like it's the modality by which, right? And I almost feel like this is the type of person, like this is some heavy healing I'm seeing, right? Like this is often like, and I need to point out, like this is literally often the space by which we're healing from really traumatizing relationship patterns is not so much the trauma that another person puts on us, but the trauma that they effectively evoke that they'll do to themselves if we make healthy choices. And I need to stress this, we don't hold ourselves as hostage in relationship, which is the modality by which we never say, if you do this, this is what I'm going to do to myself. And if you had to experience that, I want to tell you, that was someone traumatizing you. It wasn't okay then, it's not okay now. But the modality by which you're working to heal it, like I keep on seeing, That is their responsibility to heal, because when we care about each other, we never do that to one another. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm not sure about that, official. Are you looking for a reading on it? Do you want me to do a plant reading? I'm happy to do so if you want to send the donation in. Have I done a plant reading before? I feel like I have. I feel like I did do a plant reading once. I mean, I can do it. Can I do it? One moment. How you doing, LaVale? One moment. Thank you for the follow, dear. Excellent. I know it is fun when I come on at night, but the thing is, you have to understand, I'm an early bird. I used to be a late nighter, you know? Now I get sleepy. I get sleepy real early. Yep. Thank you, dear. Oh, they are. Hi there, LaVale. So the way the readings work here, welcome, thank you for the follow. These are donation-based readings. We do a free collective reading each day, which you've already done, which you can find as a podcast. We're doing personals now. If you want to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. I also offer free 1-card readings for super fans. So if you want to become a super fan, you're also eligible there. Thank you for confirmation, Meg. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Storm Moon. Sentiment is the driving force of some energy. But that's the thing about it. Like, this is what we've talked about. Like, sentiment often carries fallacy within it. This read is extremely similar to mine, minus the hopeless romantic. That's right. Thank you, Ed. Hi there, Macaron. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. I do not do birth charts. I can point you in the direction of many talented astrologers if you message me privately and let me know what you're looking for. I stay in my lane. I read into the astrology with my cards, but I don't do full chart workups. Hi there, Starseed. We already finished the collective today. It's up it should be up as a podcast over on my Spot and Stack, and it's over on the videos. Amanda, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person that we read for today. Yeah, like, here's the thing, I need to point out though, like, I know it sounds a little odd, but 4 of Cups is often a card I associate with Piscean energy, which is getting to, like, it's often something that I feel like those with Piscean placements work through, like working, like not getting too lost in like past emotions, you know? Yep. Can I read on possible past life connections between, oh yeah, friends. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like, so the thing with it, you know, when it comes to, we've talked about this because it has to do with the Akashic. So I can read in terms of their connection to you, but there's only, there's only so far I can go in theirs without receiving their consent, if that makes sense. So typically, like when I'm reading into past life, I can see how they're connected to you energetically. But if I have to start reading into their path work, then that's usually the limitation I find in terms of how far I can see into it, because it requires their consent to be able to move into that part of it, if that makes sense. You're welcome, Meg. A plant reading. Oh no, I can do it. I'm an early bird too. Friday, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Kirsten? Or if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. How you doing today, Sister Shine? Thank you for those heart knees, dear. I appreciate you. Ooh, hopping on the list. I love it. How do I conduct mediumship? So typically the way I conduct mediumship is a little bit different than how others do it. I'm trying, like when we do mediumship, I'm usually trying to read into the energy you want to connect to. So I don't do mediumship in the space by which like I'm not pulling out of the ether in terms of seeing who wants to talk to you. I can effectively reach towards those who you're trying to energetically find. Now, their own receptivity to sharing information is often, again, like often the space by which I have to build into their consent when I find them. So that's how that's what I do. That is effectively different than what you might experience as it relates to others that read into it. Thank you so much for getting on the list, Per. You'll be read for after Amanda, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. So, absolutely. Oh, thank you. Oh, I got it correct. Wonderful. Excellent. If you want to try to energetically connect with them, we always can. Usually, I mean, again, it's we can usually either get information in relationality to what you're seeking versus like where something was energetically left. So if that helps, like a lot of the work that I do is building upon their life path. So helping understand their energetic purpose and how it was energetically connected to you. I hope that helps, and thank you for allowing me to clarify. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, can you respond on it? For anybody interested, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant to the purposes of our read, please include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Amanda, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Amanda's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. All right. I got you, dear. I'm just looking for guidance from my guides or angels on love or career. I got you, dear. So what we will do is we're going to draw, hold on a minute. We're going to draw 4 cards. So I'll do, well, we're going to do 3 cards. Hold on a minute. I'm going to do 1 card for love, 1 card for career, and 1 card from angelic guidance. Thank you. All right. And guys, I'm going to pin up Amanda here. Make sure to give Amanda some love. Love. Career. And angelic guidance. Thank you. It's interesting because like, for love, I see some kind of conversation on location happening. It's interesting because I almost like I would typically expect for these cards to be reversed to a certain extent. But the thing about it is, I feel like I almost feel like I'm seeing some kind of stagnation point. In terms of like, are you looking like, is there something that you need to get certified to do in a different place? Is what I keep on hearing. It feels like the goal should be effectively being able to do something that makes you more portable, is what I keep on seeing. But it also says to me, like there's a location issue there, which is basically saying, like I keep on hearing something like, we need you here, right? And I like to point this out. I would never, like, the word I'm hearing is indispensable, and I feel like you need to have a conversation. Indispensable energy often needs to have a conversation about trajectory, right? And I basically, like, because I feel like that's where I'm getting some kind of energetic jam up in the career space, which is if there's a modality, and I want to point this out, if there's a modality by which you literally can't leave something unless something's falling apart, like that is what we identify as invaluable, right? If there is a situation by which you literally cannot walk away from it because it cannot function without you, like that in itself is either something where someone needs to pay you more or you need more help, is what I keep on saying. That's the conversation you need to have with someone, which is the modality by which if you cannot walk away for more than a few hours without something falling apart, then one of two things needs to happen. Either you need to get paid way more than you're energetically getting paid, because that is literally someone saying that you are integral and indispensable, or there needs to be a plan in place so that you effectively have help. It's either one or the other, because I feel like there's something that you're doing in the career space right now that feels unsustainable. There's a modality by which I keep on hearing you can't be in a space by which you're not getting enough, but then you're perpetually always in demand. And it does feel to me like you have to bring some RAM energy into it, right? And the thing about it is, I don't know where your placements are, but like it's easy for those with like, it's easy for like Aries energy is always like, hello, I have the upper hand. Like somebody's like, Aries energy going through this would be like, I have noticed that I have the upper hand here. But like I don't see, like, the thing about it is I don't see your placements there. I've got more water here, which is often like, and I like to point this out, like water, anything you need, right? Like can often lead, especially if you got Aquarius placements, right? Like no more of this, like no problem, right? You have to start working on, and I want to keep on hearing cutting off in the best way possible, which is the ability of saying to someone, this is not sustainable. And I keep on hearing it's not rude to have a conversation on sustainability. That is logical. It's sound. Now for love, I feel like I see something that's getting repaired. Notice the difference between someone that does not care versus someone who is trying to get better at something. is what I keep on seeing. And I wanna describe this. And that's why I said I think it's interesting, because usually I feel like usually I'm giving the opposite energy here, which is saying like be adaptable at work, be inflexible in love. But for your reading, I'm having a bit of a reverse reading from what I typically have to do, which says you really have to articulate to someone that something is not sustainable in the work. And I keep wondering, that is not you being selfish, that's you being selfless, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like you making another person aware of something that's unsustainable is a blessing. If they can't see it, that's their mistake. While for the energy, that the relationship energy now, I feel like I want you to make sure that you're able to navigate and recognize the shape of progress, which is something that's getting better. And the hard part about it is when we're trying to get better at things, the way that we get better is through encouragement, which is not, I keep wondering, encouragement, not criticism. So make sure, because the encouragement we give is the courage we give each other to change, right? I just keep on hearing, I feel like that's coming from your angelic. Write it down. Encouragement is the bravery, is giving someone the bravery to change, right? Which is the modality by which, like, not only do they change, but we articulate the fact that we appreciate the fact that we recognize them changing. And when we're seeing someone actively trying to learn something, it's very important that we don't get critical, because that's the energy that says, well, I don't know why I tried to begin with, is what I keep on getting, right? So make sure, like, that doesn't mean you have to bite your tongue on things, but make sure that like before you get critical, make sure that you bring something positive towards person. Saying like before, like even if you want to change something, being like, look, I want you to be energetically aware of how much I energetically appreciate something, but there's something I'd like to talk about. And I keep on seeing healthy healthy relationship can stand healthy critique, which is the modality by which we effectively can talk about things without feeling like everything's going to collapse, at the modality by which we work to talk about the changes that are necessary. Angelically, and it's funny too, because there, I said like you need to bring some kind of ram energy into it, but the funny part is, and this is why this angelic here feels very acclimated, because I feel like in the career space we've got that resistance point, right? We've got that bull energy back there that's kind of saying like, no, like that's a little bit of a pushback. But again, like it almost feels like Taurus energy in a healthy way, because like, I need to point out when someone is a load bearing weight and they push back, it's a space by which someone says, I can't give any more to that because it'll break it, right? It's not the modality of saying it's not too much to state, right? This is reaching an energetic breaking point. That's a gift that we give to each other. And if someone's not aware of that, that's their fault, right? While as for relationship right now, being able to build into, right, the energetic appreciation of another person trying to do something is effectively, I keep on hearing like, I keep wondering, pour blessings on their change, right? Which means like when you see somebody that is working on something, even if they're not perfect on it, you pour blessings upon it, because it's the observation that you say to another, being like, I want to tell you, I appreciate it. I want you to understand that it's energetically seen and valued, because I keep on seeing, I feel like there's healthy relationship coming towards you with someone that wants the same things as you, but I feel like they need that energetic encouragement as they're trying to do something that they haven't done before. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the Hierophant in its reversal. I feel like I see something, the Hierophant in its reversal, I don't know why, like, I feel like you and another person, I keep on hearing something that's important. This has been coming through a lot, which is we can have different beliefs but still hold the same values. right? We can have different beliefs, but hold the same values. When we recognize that beliefs are bridges, right? The belief that we stand on is not so important as making sure that we move towards it. The bridge of belief leads towards the same values. And I feel like I feel like this is you helping. I don't know why I'm getting this, and it's funny too because it feels like it's coming through the workspace. Interestingly, like I feel like this is you trying to help someone say, do you realize that you have a bit of an like I keep on hearing like an entitled perspective is being in a space by which we see somebody making choices instead of operating from a place of need, right? So the modality by which another person's being like, why are they choosing to do that? Being like, there's no choice about it. They're doing it because they have to. I feel like in some way, you acting as ambassador based upon your experience can help another person see, right? The difference between something that they see as fine versus you being like, I know you think something's fine, but I see it on the brink of collapse, right? So help another person like change their perspective in terms of like, I feel like it's almost like somebody being like, oh, the numbers are great. And you being like, things have never been worse. The numbers, like I keep wondering you saying to somebody, like the numbers are lying because often, right? Like the modality by which the space by which everything's fine, right? It has nothing to do with like whether like something looks fine on paper, but taking the temperature of what's occurring to allow something to be able to be at that level. And I keep on hearing, right? Like that is you helping another person say like, like you are very good at taking others' temperature. So I feel like that's you trying to help another person see that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers to my LIO. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It's Kirsten. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers for a mediumship reading. Thank you for the help, Avatar. And Stasa, thank you for the follow. B, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well for confirmation, Ed. You're so welcome, Amanda. All right, and thank you for having that reading with me. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, I believe we're doing a past life reading. Just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our readings, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. Oh, we're doing general questions on the disco. I love it. Hold on a minute. Where'd it go? Where is the disco? There it is. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the horse. Thank you for participating. We'll do it after the next reading. And just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today by my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. All right. Past life connection. Outside tea. Can we explore the origin of my friendship with one of my oldest friends, Julia? No holding back on information because I will be sharing the recording of this. She would love to hear this. We have done readings on the live for her as well in the past. I have a very strong feeling that this is not our first journey together, although I haven't seen any proof of that yet in my own dream space. On the other hand, she's often seen my animal guides in her dreams. Context: we've known each other since childhood because of the friendship between our mothers. Our friendship hasn't always been very consistent when we were young. We don't share a lot of the same manifestation goals, and our lives couldn't be more different. But she feels like home even if we don't speak to each other for a long time. If I told her today that if I had told her today that I'd unalived 10 people, her first reaction would be that I probably would have had my reasons before asking why. Okay. Can I please get, yeah, can I get 4 cards? And I know we have to do the 100K giveaway, guys. Thank you for helping us get to 100K. We're going to do that after we do this reading, okay? Actually, let's do it now. Like, let's just get it, let's just get it over. Like, let's just get that out, and then we'll do the reading. So you also have a friend like that. Okay. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 41. First person I see that posts that number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, wow, Nikki. Wow, you guys, Nikki, you got it. Congratulations. Wow, you and sister, same exact time. We'll do that again when we get to 150K. Miss Chang, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Okay. And thank you for those roses, sister. And I'm going to pin up her here. Guys, make sure to give her some love. I mean, I the indications that I'm seeing here are that this energy, right? You're articulating the fact that they keep on seeing your animal spirit guides in their dream space. I almost see the modality by which the reason a lot of cat energy there. I'm seeing the space by which someone potentially used to be an animal guardian to you, right? And it's interesting too, because I just keep on getting indications that you're seeing a lot of those qualities. Like, you're seeing a lot of those qualities in them, right? The identification point by which you recognize and understand that the relationship is one that they're not necessarily the most consistent energy, but they're always consistent, right? The modality by which when push comes to shove, you know, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it almost feels like they can intuit, right? They can almost intuit when you need them, right? And the space by which you said that your lives couldn't be more different, but it doesn't matter about the difference. You know, everything I keep on seeing about that is it's like the modality by which you look out and protect one another is often, right? I feel like there's an attenuation point by which you've effectively been Um, the best word that I can, and the best way I can describe it is sometimes this is something that comes up when I'm reading for animal guides, because animal guides have a different perspective in terms of what their relationship to us. Because often when I read for animal guides or the space of pets, animal guides will often identify the fact they are our spirit keepers, right? So I'll go to read for a pet, and depending on the, not all animals are in that space, but certain energy that I read for, will someone be like, oh no, I'm their spirit keeper, right? And the modality by which they articulate the space, and I think that this is always the humor point. I never read on that. This is the funny part, right? I've never read on that. Like the funny part with most of the animal spirit guides is like, yeah, they think they think they think they chose me. It's very funny, right? Like it's very funny. Like as if you could keep as if you could keep an animal near you that did not choose you, right? Like as if you could. Have you ever have you ever tried to pick up something? Have you ever, as if you could, right? And so often the space by which I will often attenuate when I'm reading into certain pets. They'll be like, oh no, I'm their spirit keeper. I'm here to keep them safe, right? No, I got to keep, or like this person, like, and it's funny too, somebody like this one over here, this one over here thinks they think they're like they often come into the space of doing so. And so I see, like like I feel like I see the fact that you and another person have had a few lifetimes together, but I'm observing, like I would not be surprised if this energy um in the past life was not necessarily incarnated as human, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I keep on getting the mode, and I think you've kind of noticed this, like the modality by which, like, I just keep on seeing someone being like, yeah, I'm done. Like, I'm done. I'm going. Aren't you worried? Nope. Nah. I've got this kind of energy here that feels, I'm just reading somebody who feels profoundly, it feels very cat-like, is what I'm getting, which is someone being like, like, where'd they go? I don't know. They were here a minute ago. Like, you can't, I don't know. Yeah, nope. Well, they, oh no, they're like, you know what I mean? Like, you can usually see this type of energy because, and I want to point out, like, the funny thing about it is that it's not the cat energy is fickle, but you better, like, you got it. Like, it's just the energy. Like, I'm picking up someone being like, oh, like this doesn't interest me, and I feel like this is how they help you, right? Because I see you being very dedicated to things, right? Like I see you being very much like, once I stick to something, and this is how you help each other. I see you being like, once I stick to something, I stick to something. And I see them like, I see a connection by which you care about them, but you potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if you say you care about them, but they drive you wild. Because I'm being like, I don't feel like it is a perfectly good reason to stop doing something. Is what I keep on, like I see someone being like, nah, like, nah, I'm done. I got a lot of that type of energy. And I think that in a way, this is how you guys help each other. Because, and I want to point this out, you served them in that way too, right? Because in past experiences, you, right, you were more, I see you in a past life where you are more in the energetic space of, like, I keep on getting like more of how do I describe this? Like the space by which you were potentially a guardian that had more the characteristics of like like it's giving me more wolf qualities, is what I keep on seeing, right? because I'm getting here, like, and here's the thing about it, like the space with like wolf energy is like we look out for things. We stick to them because we have to be energetically protective. And I feel like the modality by which you guys have effectively experienced pathworks by which you were in each other's connection point, but you weren't necessarily human. And the modality by which, like even in the space by which you're working through it, I could see you guys kind of going through these experiences of being like, I care about you, but you're completely wrong. You know what I mean? Like the modality by which you say, like, I adore you, but I can't live like that. How do you live like that? How do you like, you know, like but even in the space you do so, you show each other the gift that there's another way of perceiving things, right? The beauty of there's nothing more beautiful than a different perspective, because it allows us to recognize that our perspective is a choice, right? And even that, I feel like that's the gift that you gave each other, because sometimes that takes a while, right? It takes a while, but you guys have that gift real early on, being like, yeah, you could just, you know, I see one, and I feel like that's how you're helping, because they're just like, I feel like that's like, I wouldn't be surprised if this energy vexes you often, because it feels like, and I don't want to describe this, like the space by which, right? Like I see somebody that has more of a tendency of just like I said, like what you just didn't go, like you mean like no, like I see, like there's a little bit of this like there's a little bit of this like there's a little bit of this like they have a different sense of what's important, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if there's situations or circumstances by which they've made choices that you're like, I didn't even realize that was a choice. Right? Like, I didn't realize that was a choice. Because often I like to point this out, like you'll often see that with someone who carries like what happens when you see somebody who has more cat characteristics, like how did you get up there? I don't know. Like it's a lot of that type of energy. But and again, in the same way, but here's the thing about it, you're helping another person see, right, what it means, right? What it means to be dedicated and committed to something, right? Like there's something about that that I feel like you've been very helpful to them, because they're effectively able to recognize through you. I keep on hearing you are a profoundly grounding presence in their life, right? And the grounding presence is one that effectively allows them to be able to understand, right? The gift of a grounding presence is the modality by which, right? Like I keep on hearing present, like a grounding presence isn't like I almost see somebody like that's what I meant about someone who would defend you to the hilt, because this is the energy that I saw that says you don't do anything like that. You're the opposite of them, right? I see them being like they'll do things without reason or cause. They're like, this person always has intention, which is the modality by which another person says, right? Like like I feel like they would, that's why they say that they would implicitly defend you, because they know you to be the person, the grounding force in their life, which says they would never do something without cause or reason, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. Kirsten, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Laurel. And if you, who am I reading for next? Laurel. Okay, we're gonna get into it in a minute. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the third person. Oh, Mary, you're back. Okay, wonderful. Okay, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'll be here, I won't leave, okay? I got you, Mary. You're next on the list. Hold on a minute, dear. Okay. Oh, that's a very interesting spirit animal, Libra. Hold on a minute. And thank you for the follow, Miss Libra. Hold on a minute. My strategy is to try an imprint in our mind first, not working. Who are you talking about, Avatar? Oh, you mean my strategy to try to figure out the number? I like the fact that we've got strategies. I'm on fire. I used to have a BFF named Julia. We don't really talk anymore, but and here's the thing about it, right? Like when we've got some of those soul connections, it doesn't matter if we don't talk, we still, the love is there perpetually, you know? Hold on a minute. Just reading over. How you doing today, Ms. Chang? And thank you for those roses, Soup. Good to see you. I have a friend like that. It's lovely. Yeah, it's so wholesome. I love this. I also have a friend like that. Absolutely. Hi from the Philippines. Welcome. And thank you for reposting, Susie. Good to see you today. Ka-chow. Yep. She's very protective of you. No, that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like they've got a spidey sense on it, right? Like, I can see it being like a disturbance in the force kind of energy. Like, like it's like that, you know? Thank you as well, Nikki. Grand Rising Ella. She is so protective. Yep. Oh, buon compleanno. She often knows when something is, yeah, okay, so thank you for confirming. She knows when something's wrong before I tell her. Yep, I believe on that. Excellent. Mostly the cats. Yeah, that's the thing with cats. Cats are always like, I sense a disturbance. Cat energy is like, I sense a disturbance. Dogs are like, squirrel. So true. Thank you. Absolutely. This is funny. Me too this year. I still feel this way though. You did? That sounds awesome, Ella. Oh my God, that sounds like fun. Yeah, she changes her mind. I can see it like that. I can see it. Like, yeah, like she's just meh. Like she's just like, yeah. That's the best part. I like Ella. We're describing this person, and Ella's like, "Whose pet is this?" Confirmation, my friend. That's awesome. The good days. I would be back there. Yep, I've got you on the list, Laurel. Absolutely. I was Per's pet once. Yep. No worries, dear. Oh, she keeps laughing. How are you doing, Oasis? What's up? Yeah, she often tells me how she's proud of me with being very self-sufficient. No, but this is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on seeing them be like, I couldn't do, like I see someone being like, I couldn't do it the way that you do it, right? And I almost feel like I keep on hearing it's not self-sufficient. I feel like they admire your persistence, you know? Like I'm seeing someone with like a lot of Gemini placements. And the thing about it, like I don't know where Gemini placements rest, but the thing about Gemini placements is like Gemini placements are like if this isn't I'm like if this isn't working, I've got 15 other ways that it might work. You know, like that's the thing with Jeff, like they're just like, oh, here's like a bunch of other ways, right? You're a goldfish. Happy to read for you on your life path, Miss Cheng. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. Yep, you're welcome, dear. I'll be here. Okay, I've got it. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Yaz. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Mary. Mary, if you're back, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if anybody, when we get to 150K, I will be doing another giveaway and gift reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Career reading, I got you, dear. I'm having a situation at work and I don't think she has the right information. Hold on a minute. Oh, you're a Gemini sun, Gemini rising, and Capricorn moon. Wow. But that Capricorn moon is probably doing a lot of heavy lifting in relationality to those Gemini placements. That's a heavy chart, Kirsten. Apparently, Ella was Purr's cat in a past life and ate me. Wait, what? Is this was... I adore this. Okay, this is great. All right. All right. And Gemini South Node. Yeah, Gemini South Node can be it can be some interesting stuff. Yeah. But here's the thing, here's the thing about Gemini South Node, which is somebody like you, I like Gemini South Node, like show them how crazy you can be. It's like that's what Gemini South Node is. You know, it's like that's what Gemini South Node is. You wouldn't like me if I'm angry. It's like that type of energy. It's like they start it, you will finish it. All right, let's continue right now. Thank you for those roses, dear. Hold on a minute. Okay, I've got you. There's a lot going on with my credential. Oh, dear. Oh, my gosh, dear. I'm really frustrated to hear you going through that. Let's see if we can get to figure out what's going on there. All right, I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Mary some love. And before we get started, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I like how I almost put it back down. The hawk energy. Let me keep that out for this reading. Four cards, please. Oh, extra cards here. Somebody said something off the cuff to you that they didn't fact check. You're seeing somebody scrambling right now. Somebody said something off the cuff to you that they didn't fact check. And this is them trying to cover for the fact that they said it at all. Is what I keep on getting. Like I literally I feel like and I feel like I don't know why I feel like you remember I don't know why I feel like at the time they said something to you that you even I feel like I see you being like, are you sure about that? And then being yes, but they just didn't know what they were talking about, right? Like I keep on hearing we don't guess at things. We don't guess, I keep on hearing there's no guessing in some professions, because the modality by which we guess another person makes plans on, because they took our guess as a yes. is what I keep on hearing. Like they took they took their guess as a yes. And so I see that you went ahead and did something based on the fact that they said yes, but what they should have said was, I guess, right? Which is the space by which it was their responsibility to double check on something that they said to you. I would make sure, I would definitely go back into your records. I would go back into your records and see if you have validation on some kind of conversation that you had with them, is what I keep on seeing. Because everything I keep on seeing, I just keep on, and I don't know what, like I keep on hearing guesses aren't yeses, which is, and I feel like you're not the first person to have experienced this, right? And I feel like it's hard because I almost see somebody, right? Like the hard part about this is, you know, often with energy like this, you have to repeat everything that you said. So like, I keep wondering, as per our conversation, right? It's like you cannot have a conversation with someone unless there's the modality by which you have them clearly stated in writing, right? As per our last conversation, let me make sure that I've got this right? The modality by which, right? I keep on hearing like the modality by which you pin conversations is the space by which you articulate to another exactly what's energetically occurring. And if you, I feel like even the space by which if you notice another person's tendency not to want to do that is because like when I keep on hearing like the modality by which you don't put it in writing, it feels like it's their word against yours, right? And I know it's difficult because it shouldn't have to be like this, right? Like it shouldn't be, it should not be in the context by which you have to keep somebody's facts straight by being able to effectively write down exactly what they energetically stated to you, particularly and especially. And I feel like the best thing that you could do right now is try to document the conversation, which is being able to say to someone, this is just my accurate appraisal on what we discussed and what was said in this conversation, and the modality by which you can put down as many facts as possible in relationality to how that conversation went to help someone articulate and say, right, the determination that, I keep wondering, the determination that you wouldn't have gone in a certain direction if you didn't feel like you had the stated verbal consent of another, right, is the modality by which you effectively, and I keep on hearing you say, right, like this is you effectively working to try to say, like I almost see you saying to me, why would I do that if I didn't have your consent upon it? Or even in the modality by which you might say, I shared that information with others after the fact, right? It's literally like, I feel like what you have to do is like, you're now in the space of sorting facts. And the problem is some of those facts feel like they're energetic hearsay, because I literally see somebody trying to articulate that they didn't say something. I feel genuinely sad that you're experiencing something like this. The most important thing I need to point out, though, doesn't seem like it's the first time. I've got here, like I would share this information with others around you, because I almost see this feels, right? Like I said, you bringing it to another's attention prevents it from occurring again, is what I keep on hearing. You know, you bringing it to another's attention or having another person say the same thing happened to me is the modality by which I feel that there's something that you can effectively articulate to another in terms of saying, right, like I feel like it's almost a space by which you have to say to someone, like, And I feel like this is the only thing that you have to, like, the space by which you have to say to another. Right, I literally see you saying to someone, I didn't feel like the energetic need was necessary to have to, like, double check on what I was being told, is what I keep on seeing. You know? But that modality of effectively articulating upon that is, I keep on seeing, make sure you're having a conversation about checks and balances, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, right? The modality by, like, I keep on hearing somebody saying, the modality by which another person says, I'm sure it's fine, right? Like, it's not, I keep on hearing, there are certain occupations that are not best based on guesses. They're based on checking, right? The space by which I keep on hearing somebody who has a tendency of being like, I'm sure it's fine, rather than saying, let me check on that, is the modality of another person that's actually working to understand what is energetically possible. So I feel like there's something important about you effectively communicating upon the space by which you received some kind of verbal assurance. And I keep on saying, like, and I feel like, and I want to point out, like, one of the things that might help in this is you effectively taking accountability and almost recognizing and saying, like, I realize now that I shouldn't have taken, like, I shouldn't have taken the verbal assurance. I should have double checked, but I didn't. Like, I keep on hearing, if this is the energy that's supposed to build into the assurance, then saying, like, who, like you saying, like, who was I supposed to fact check that person's off of, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality by which you have to say to someone, like, who, like, how do you like, how do you, who's supposed to fact check the fact checker, right? The modality by which you say, like, who, like you saying to someone, what, this is what you should say. What is the reasonable course of action that I should have taken beyond the one that you did? Write that down. What is the reasonable course of action that I should have taken? Because if another person says nothing, then you have to say, okay, something's broken, right? Because it's not, I keep on hearing, right? That's why I keep on hearing, what is the reasonable course of action? Which is you saying, what did I, like you saying, what did I do that was not correct? If another person says, no, you did everything fine, being like, okay, if I did everything exactly the way I'm supposed to, but it didn't work, then it means something's broken. So make sure that you're being mindful and attentive to that, and make sure you're sharing that. I see, like, I almost see you sharing that with others to make sure that others don't end up in the same position that you yourself were experiencing. Because I just keep on, I don't know why, I feel like there's something about an investigation occurring and someone saying to you after the fact, we owe you an apology, right? The first time is a grievous mistake. The first time is a grievous mistake. The second time is a habitual error. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of, and I keep on seeing you basically, I keep on hearing the way that you're going to solve this is, like, I keep on hearing you have to think about it as in, like, ringing a bell. Like, I just keep on seeing a message from your guides that show you a bell, which is saying, like, okay, you know, it's a shame that I have to share this story, is what I keep on getting. I don't know why I keep on hearing that there. It does feel like it's going to be resolved, but I hope that helps, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 109K likes. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, that's too funny. I also just feel comfortable with Gemini energy. No, I get it. No, I mean that's often like that's the thing about it. Like the South Node Gemini is always great because I wouldn't be surprised if like what other like what sometimes like what sometimes terrifies others, you're just like, yep. No, I love the mental gymnastics and the all. Yeah, of course you do. All over the yeah, like well, of course you would because you've got a South Node in Gemini. You're like, ooh. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. No, this is not, you should not, I gotta stress this. You should not have to be going through this, right? And I feel like, again, like you effectively, I keep on seeing, you have to embody bell energy. Like I'm getting that from a guide. And when I say like you have to embody bell energy means I would really prefer not to ring if I don't have to, you know? Like that's the funny thing about bell energy. Bell energy says I would really prefer not to have to make that phone call. You know? What, Nikki? Thank you for sending 300 comments to my live, Laurel. Oh dear, no, I understand. Yeah, let this. I think. I mean, again, I almost want to apologize for the fact that you're confirming everything I'm reading for. You know, like I don't want to feel. I don't feel happy about the fact that you're confirming this reading. Yeah. It's you can't, but here's the thing, you can't fault yourself for that. It shouldn't require you to have to do that. But that's exactly why I said you have to kind of embody bell energy here. It feels like it feels like it's gonna get worked out, but like it's like that's the attitude that you have to take on it, which is saying like I would really prefer not to have to take that. You know, like that's you saying like I feel like that's you being approachable, but also being very firm. You know, I know. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. That is so I'm so frustrated for you. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And Helen, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments during these reads too. Hey there, Helen. Yep, we've been doing a lot of talking about Aries. There's a lot of planets in Aries right now. Now you guys know, I understand. Like it feels like I get it. You saved it for a reason. I hope this message helped. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Laurel. Laurel, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me. Oh, I see you, dear. Like me to answer. And Brooks, thank you for the follow. For anybody else who's interested in getting on the list right now, we've got 3 cards available. 3 spots available before the list will be closed. And I'll probably be closing the list shortly. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I'm actually, you know what? I'm closing the list. The list is closed. Okay, and if you get on the list right now, you will be read for tomorrow, which means you'll be the first person read for. If you get on the list tomorrow, you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. Bridget, did you get on the list? Oh, you're back. Oh, I didn't know if you were back. I thought you said you had to go. Said you had to go. You back now? Are you on your reading or not? Hold on a moment. Oh, I do my best. Right back at you. It's my. Thank you. I mean, again, you guys are an incredible collective. It's an absolute gift to be able to read for you guys each day. Well, Ella, if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority. You'll be read for before we start the daily collective. All right, let's get to it. So Bridget, okay, what did you send? Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, I'm gonna read. Oh wait, Dandy, did you? Okay, Dandy, did you send to get on the list? I'll read the list right now. Hold on a minute. Thank you, Kirsten. I appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna read the list right now, and if you have gotten on the list and I haven't named you, I just need to tell me the initial where you sent the donation, just the initial, because the apps are very jealous. They don't like hearing the other apps' names. The list I have right now is we've got Bridget, Laurel, and Kristen. Now, Bridget had to step away, so Bridget's not here. But is Bridget back for the reading? Let me know. If I have not named you and you sent for the list, I just need to know the name that you sent for, and I'll confirm. Hold on a minute. Oh, Ella, buon compleanno, dear. Wonderful. Hold on a minute. Dandy, you gotta tell me where you sent the donation. Hold on. Wait a minute. Can I get the name that you sent it under? Or the first initial of the name? I'll do my best, my friends. No, I don't need to know the location. I need to know the initials of the name that you sent the donation through. I want to do my best to offer the reading, but my friends, I am under a time constraint today. So again, I'm doing the best I can with the time I have available. I also want to make sure that I have enough time to be able to offer the superfan readings. So what I would suggest, Ella, is if you'd like to get on the list, what I'd like to offer is I can do the superfans, and then if time's permitting, then I can try to read for you. But I just need to be mindful of that. I appreciate you understanding. And Dandy, can you I don't need you to, I just need to put Dandy, I need you to put the initials of the name that you sent through the V. I'm not asking you to confirm where you sent it. I'm just asking for the initials of the name under the V where you sent the donation so I can confirm the payment. So you don't, thank you, that's what I need. I got you, dear. All right, you are on the list. And that's a dream interpretation. You said you sent the dream. Okay, perfect. Excellent. So I'm going to read the list right now. We've got Laurel, Kirsten, and Erica. And as I mentioned, Ella, if you want to get on the list, I can see, like, if you're content with making sure, like, if I can do the super fans before I do your reading, then if I have time permitting, I'm happy to try to offer the read to you. But I just want to be mindful of time right now. Okay, the next person we're reading for today, though, is Laurel. And we are doing, and that said, I do wish you a very, very beautiful birthday. I got you. We're doing a dream interpretation in the messages. Yeah, you see, I don't have that yellow icon that you're talking about. So just a reminder, if you are sending information on the read, sometimes it's difficult to be able to pull it off of the clock app. So just bear with me a moment. I got it here. Okay, perfect. We're doing a dream interpretation. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to go back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the B. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. All right, is this inside T or outside T, Laurel? You may read some sensitive information at your discretion. Got it, perfect. You know what that means, dream interpretation. Dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. I like that one. Excellent. All right. Okay, here we go. I found myself, oh, and I'm going to pin up. Yeah, a lot of bee energy today. I mean, it's spring. I found myself in a large house. It had many different rooms surrounding a large courtyard, and I remember the rooms being very dark and the exterior being a dark wood color. My stepmom was there, who I'm estranged from in real life. She was giving some type of talk to a different people, and during this talk I became aware of some cloth material strewn about the courtyard that somehow I knew belonged to two different people that she had unalived and contained DNA evidence on them. I made her aware of this, in which she kind of slyly threw the items out in the courtyard in order for some vultures to come down and consume in order to get rid of the evidence. The vultures did come down, and one of them was choking on a large piece of cloth and ended up spitting it out. My stepmom took the evidence and left it in order to hide it. And then my dad arrived, whom I'd had a restraining order on, and spoke with him about what was going on and that she had unalived two people and was trying to hide it. And he told me she was out in her RV trailer, hold on, and that she was staying on the property. I went out to the trailer to try and find some evidence against her. And then I saw police cars coming down the street, and I went out to try to flag them down, but they went past me. I then sat on the porch and pondered how I was going to get to the police without them knowing. 4 cards, please. And I'm going to pin up. Blessings to you as well, Logan. I'm going to pin up Laurel here. Guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. It's a shadow work dream. And the thing about a shadow work dream, the thing about this shadow work dream is it's not so much working through the space by which these things are actually happening, but the modality by which they make you feel as it relates to the relationship that you yourself are working to energetically heal from. And the major theme that we see in this dream is feeling like you're not being given the full shape of what's going on, right? And the space by which you articulated that it requires you, right? When we don't feel like another person is being fully forthright with us, then it constantly makes us feel like we have to do the detective work to try to figure out what is actually happening, right? And this is the vibration by which you're working to heal from something. And what's hard about that is it could even be, right? It could even be the space by which things around them aren't that big a deal, right? But the way that they, like the way that one often navigates when it feels like someone is doing something in a way that's energetically confusing, right? It often feels like, and I want to point this out, the space by which you identified the unaliving of energy is often the modality of understanding where the pain is coming from in relationality to what another person articulates versus you trying to get to the bottom of what's going on, right? Because you identified the fact that, and this is effectively further like stressed in the space by which you articulated that it felt like they were effectively identifying that they were getting evidence upon them, right? So this is potentially a tendency that you experienced in a past connection with someone who decides they don't like someone, right? Right? They decide they don't want to like someone, and then they energetically look for a reason to validate what they would prefer, what they would prefer to feel about them, right? Because I want to point out that in none of this space do we see any amplification or articulation of safety, but the idea that somebody hurts someone and then looks for evidence, right, or talks about recursive, right, looks for a recursive reason, which means, right, you can't hurt somebody, you can't do something hurtful to someone and then say, oh my gosh, they were mean to me for no reason. Being like, that doesn't make any sense. What did you do, right? What did you do that made them do that, right? It's the understanding, and that's what you're basically seeing. Like, it doesn't make any sense for someone, it doesn't make any sense for someone in the dream space to unalive someone and then look for DNA upon them. But often in the space by which we ourselves hurt another person, right? When we are going around hurtfully, like often you'll see energy that hurts others and then tries to identify reasons after the fact that validates the reason that they hurt them in the first place. So this is potentially a modality or trend that you're working to heal from as it relates to something that you experience from an individual such as that. And the modality by which you see another figure there that's perpetually defending them, right? It creates an impossibility matrix, right? Because there you have two different individuals. You have one person, right? Like, how do you effectively solve this? And this is what you meant about the vulture energy, because you're effectively the vulture in this modality, right? Like it leaves you to basically pick up the pieces. And that's the spirit animal of the vulture coming towards you, because it's requiring you to embody the vulture, which is just being able to navigate what's left for you in the context of it. Because it's the space by which you have potentially the abuse that one can experience. And I'm going to articulate it. Might not necessarily be from these individuals if it's a shadow work dream, but the feeling by which the occupancy state of parents should be in protecting you, right? Should not be to try to cause harm. But when another person is hurting others, right, then instead of being able to be apologetic for the harm that they cause, they try to articulate that there's a reason that they're being harmful, which is saying, oh, if you stop doing that, I would stop hurting you, right? The modality by which another person tries to validate their own energetic abuse, but in the space by which they try to look for reasons after they've hurt you. But again, why would you? Of course, you're going to be in that space because they've proven to you that they're energetically dangerous. And so the modality by which you may see somebody with a tendency like that, and then the modality of another person who doesn't question things, just supports another person, it basically creates an impossibility matrix of what you can actually heal from, right? Often when you experience things like that, the only thing you can do is move away from them, because there's nothing you can do when another person is creating a trauma environment like that, right? Because it can often create the space by which, like, you know, you said, like, the cloth is everywhere is almost like having to dance on eggshells, right? Because it's no false moves, right? Because somebody will hurt you and then they'll look for evidence as to why after the fact, but it had more to do with their mood or inclination. This is often the space by which this is why we work to control our moods, right? Because that moodiness, right? The moodiness that you're identifying is effectively the cloth moving around, right? Because the cloth is like, you can't tell the way cloth moves, right? Cloth moves in any direction. So it's like having to navigate the way the wind blows to understand where the force of pain is going to come from. Bottom of the deck on this reading, unfortunately, like some trauma environments we can't fix, we can only get away from, right? And the modality by which you might have to work through a situation by which I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone who is trying to perpetually come towards you saying you have to make peace with this person. You can't make peace with a person like this, right? You can't, it's impossible if another person's constantly coming towards you saying you have to make peace with someone who's not peaceful, right? That's impossible. You can't make peace with someone who's not peaceful. If someone's perpetually moody and another person's always articulating the fact that we have to make peace with a moody person, that is not peace. That is effectively penance, right? It's the space by which another person is like, it's not peace, it's penance, which means it's not the space by which there's any peace there, but it's constantly trying to go around trying to energetically mollify someone. So the modality by which you yourself may have to experience that at the same time of working through the abandonment wound of the person that's supporting someone like that, right? Saying, how can you do this to me? Why are you putting me through this? Being like, you're not putting anyone through anything. They've made the choice to ally themselves with moody energy, which often creates a feeling of energetic alienation because there's one person hurting someone perpetually and energy growing distant, and then another person having to bear the brunt of it, right? And trying to come towards another saying, please fix this. It's not their responsibility to fix. It's the individual's responsibility to get help, stabilizing their mood so they stop hurting people in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority in being read for before the daily collective begins. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Pamela, thank you so much for that gift. I deeply appreciate you. Just reading over. Blessings to you as well, Logan. Absolutely. Nicely done. Thank you. It was like a Netflix documentary. No, it's not. It's not funny. It's devastating. Yeah, it's a heavy shadow work dream. Thank you as well, Ed. Because at first I tried to help her in the dream, but that's the thing about it, right? Like you can't help someone like that because it's the modality, like what you understood. If they're perpetually hurting someone and you're trying to help them, you're abetting them, right? Like that's what happens. If you're trying to help someone who's constantly hurting people for no reason, you're no longer you're no longer helping, you're abetting, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you for confirmation. I'm sending you so much more on that healing journey here. And I got you on the list, Ella. I am running a little short on time right now, so we'll see what we can do. Absolutely. No, I agree. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. It's a very painful experience to go through. All right, let's continue right now. I mean, that's a deep question, Flo. I wish I've got people to read for, but it's the way we choose to live is rather absurd, isn't it? Let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Kirsten. I would also like to ask, I've got Kirsten, Erica, and Ella on the list right now. I am running a little bit short of time, and I want to make sure that I can offer time to those who are having one-card readings. If anybody on that list right now would be able to be comfortable with being moved to tomorrow, you will be read for before the daily collective begins, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading. So if you could just let me know, I'd appreciate it because I just want to make sure that we have time to accommodate for all of the one cards. You're so welcome, Laurel, and thank you for having that reading. We'll do it when it works. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ella. So Ella, you'll have first priority tomorrow. And then again, Kirsten or Erica, would either one of you be able to be moved? Would each or both of you be willing to be moved to tomorrow to be read for? Just let me know before we continue. Okay. Well, you'll be put on the, like Ella, like as I said, I'm going to do my best to accommodate, but we're just running very tight on time right now. Okay, so the next person on the list right now is Kirsten. Kirsten, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you can do, if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we're at 115K likes. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 150K in no time. And while we wait for Kirsten's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the blackbird. I understand, Ella. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's get to it. And we're going to pin you up here. 4 cards, please. Cards. Thank you. You know, I feel like I'm reading somebody who who moved away while waiting for something. I don't know why I'm picking up on this, but I'm getting some kind of conversation on someone who was waiting on something, but something just didn't come through. But I almost I feel like I almost see somebody like they don't have any hard feelings about it. Is what I keep on seeing. You know? I don't know why, but it almost feels like energy around them, you know? Like I feel like I feel like I see it bothered. Like I see, I don't know if there was like a big to-do in the space of another passing, or I don't know why I keep on hearing something about legislation. But I've literally got somebody, like it's giving me some type of energy by which I wouldn't be surprised if someone is still trying to make some kind of changes in the wake of someone energetically passing, is what I keep on seeing. And I'm getting like there's like a lot, like as soon as I started reading, like my heart space just started like really hurting, like a lot. So I would be very interested, like it feels to me, like I see somebody who had this I see somebody who had this tendency of being like shrugging something off, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I get, like someone being like, ah, it's not, like it's giving me like a lot of this type of energy. You know, they're like, like everybody, but like, it's like, no, like, ow, like no, you know, but that's because like, it's giving me like, they were bear energy, you know, and bear energy bears things. They don't like to make a big fuss. And so, you know, but the thing about it is, and I keep on seeing, they wouldn't have changed anything. You know, like I see somebody, they wouldn't have changed anything in for a minute. You know, I don't know if this person had a bike, but like I keep on hearing them say like pedal to the metal, is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of this, like I keep on hearing someone say like they wanted to be like, they were like, I need to describe this. I don't know why, but I'm seeing somebody showing me that they had a parent that they had to watch them wither, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like there, and I need to point this out. That's not my word. That's theirs, is what I'm getting. And they made a decision. Like I see them making a decision. They're like, nope. Like I feel like I see them being like, nope. And so it's interesting too, because I actually see, like, do you realize that like I was going to say that, I was about to say this angel. It comes out before I even say it. So I got to walk you guys through. Some energy chooses not to reincarnate, right? I feel like I see somebody who was very, very connected to children in the span of their lifetime. You know, I've got a lot of bear energy here. I've got a lot of protector energy. I see somebody who is taken on some kind of responsibility right now. They've made the intentional choice of not. They've made the intentional choice of not reincarnating right now, specifically because they've moved into. I keep on hearing they've moved into guardianship and wardenship. Is often the space by which another person is serving. It's hard to explain, but they're serving as another's guardian angel for a period of time. They're articulating to me that it's not permanent, but there's the space by which they articulated to another, like especially as I keep on seeing, like I see some kind of young energy that they're paying a lot of attention to, because I keep on saying like they're waiting for some kind of energy to reach an age where they can take care of themselves before they themselves are ready to energetically incarnate. And so I feel like a lot of that, but like that's what I mean in terms of them articulating. And I'm sure you probably get a lot of signs. Like often when I see energy like this, you'll often pick it up because they often have a tendency of leaving a lot of signs. You know what I mean? Like a lot of this, I'm getting butterflies coming towards you. I'm seeing a yellow butterfly. I don't know why I keep on seeing a lot of, I don't know if this person was a mechanic or if they had some kind of, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word bike, but like I keep on getting pedal to the metal in terms of either a concern with someone who rides is what I get. Like if they, like, I don't know why, I don't know if there's somebody who has an interest in it, but it's like they tinkered in life. There was things that they, and someone has inherited their gift of tinkering. And I keep on seeing that's why they're being energetically protective, because I almost feel like I keep on hearing they're like whispering in their ear the way that things are supposed to be fixed is what I keep on getting. They must be close to Raphael, because often when I see energy like that, like it often can associate to that too. You know, in relationality to, they're fine. I know you miss them, but they you know, I feel like they're communicating to me. They are good. Everything went exactly. I feel like I see somebody that like went very quick. Like 1 minute they were there and the next minute they were gone. And I need to stress this person is like, that is exactly. They're like, they're going like this. They're going chef's kiss, right? They're going chef's kiss. And I keep on getting the reason that they're saying chef's kiss is because I told you like they're bear energy. And whenever I read for bear energy, it's like they made a promise to themselves long ago that they would not be a burden, right? And I feel like the modality by which they effectively work through something, I can see energy yelling at them, but they keep on seeing they everything went like it was their terms. And I even feel like I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know about this list thing I keep on seeing. I don't know if somebody was trying to put them on a list in terms of like getting something and them say, I keep on hearing them say, give it to someone younger. You know? I don't know, I keep on hearing someone say, give it to someone younger, because I almost see the modality by which someone was trying to offer them something to fix and they were like, no, right? Like I almost see them kind of working through that, because like I keep on seeing them say that that's how generous they were. They were so generous that the thought of someone giving them something when there was somebody else who needed it more. I literally see them being like that. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, they're still it's interesting because like they haven't reincarnated. They're acting in guardianship, specifically for the energy that they care about. So I wouldn't be surprised if you often feel their energetic presence around you, because I keep on seeing that they just like, I know that they hear you. I keep hearing they hear you missing them. They're like literally talking, like they're right here in this ear. And so I feel like the modality by which they recognize, they're basically saying they can hear what you're saying. And there's something about whistling is what I keep on hearing. I don't know if they were a whistler, but they're bringing that up is what I keep on hearing. Like they're I keep on hearing like they're saying something about like, you know, they're showing me the fact that they're still whistling, which means that they're often working into the context by which they're helping. Like I keep on hearing they're like, they're serving as they're serving, like when I say like they're serving, it's funny because they're saying they're serving as someone's teddy bear. But the thing about teddy bear energy is like when I said that there's I feel like there's a child that they're working to protect. Teddy bear energy is funny because the way teddy bear angels sometimes come to children as teddy bears because they say that they're sweet and small, but when bad things come, they get, you know what I mean? They get real big, they get real mean, right? Because that's the energetic connection of like, I keep on hearing, I've got somebody who's like, it's giving like gentle giant energy, right? Like the modality of being like really sweet until they're not is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes. Wow. Okay. So that's what I said. Like I keep on seeing like somebody was like, it was my, like I had, like I keep on hearing, like I keep on hearing I had a good run is what I kept on getting, especially with like the pedal to the metal. Like it says to me, like it was somebody who like lived a very, like they knew how much pressure they were putting on something. Yeah, they're definitely waiting. Oh, engineer. Oh, and okay, so thank you. The cycle stuff I was seeing. Okay, yeah, because I kept on, I don't know what, I was like, what's with all the bike stuff I keep on seeing? Okay, so he rode a unicycle and he was an engineer. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, oh my dear. Absolutely. All the time. Oh dear. I hope that message helped. Thank you for allowing me. Oh, you lost a child. Oh, thank you. Well, I see that, like, I literally see them around the presence of a child. So I keep on hearing, like, nothing's lost. Like, they're very clearly, like, they're articulating upon, that's all they were talking about is the fact that they're protecting a child right now. And that they, like, they were articulating that they're making the intentional choice not to reincarnate. So I hope that helps in terms of assuring you, in terms of, like, I know you mentioned the fact that you were hoping that they're waiting for you. Let that serve as confirmation on what I was seeing. Thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much. Sending you so much support on that journey. All right. So as I mentioned, friends, Erica, I was going to ask if it'd be possible for us to hold your reading till tomorrow. I'm trying to make sure I have enough time to be able, I know, I want to make sure I have enough time to be able to accommodate the 1 cards. If you could let me know. Oh, my dear. Are you kidding, Laurel? Oh my goodness, sending you so much support as well. 1 second, please. And Dandy. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your patience. I'll be back on tomorrow, but whenever you want to come back in, thank you so much for that. Also, if you want to convert it into a private, either Ella or Erica, if you want to convert that into a private, I will offer you a discount. Just let me know, and thank you for your flexibility. All right, so in the process, we're actually going to move into 1 card readings. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages as well, and thank you again, Kirsten. All right, we're going to move into 1 card readings for superfans. If you are a superfan and would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a superfan, just hit that button at the bottom of the screen and your superfan status will make you eligible for one card. And if you recharge your heart me's, that will also give you an animal spirit guide card on top of your one cards. Okay. One moment, please. That is wild, Laurel. But again, this is what we talk about being able. I need to point this out. This is sometimes what the guides do, right? They carry messages like they all. Spirit is very efficient in its desire to communicate. Will sometimes help us in relationality to being able to connect via the like fluency points is the best way to describe it. Julia, one card, establishing routine. I mean, it's going to feel impossible until it feels like you can't do anything without it, right? Like I feel like this is you putting that force of effort in every day. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Judgment card. Don't feel silly about a routine, and don't let anyone say that your routine is silly. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? A routine, it's like, it feels like it's impossible until it feels like we do it without, like, it's like, it's impossible, and then it just becomes fluid, right? It always feels impossible before it becomes fluid. One card on divine counterpart for Yaz, please. I feel like I see somebody right now. They're going through it. I feel like this is somebody breaking away from something. This is not what I signed up for. Yeah, this is feeling like this is somebody, like this is someone moving away from something they care about. Like this is giving like clean slate energy. I've got somebody like I keep on hearing someone say, I'm a warrior. Like warriors don't like fighting for silly reasons. So I see somebody who's like moving into warrior, but it feels like peaceful warrior. They're like, no, right? They're very strong, but I keep on seeing them say like their strength is a gift. One card, highest priority for he. I'm getting someone, like I'm getting an energy from like I'm getting some kind of energy and spirit that's like working through the frustration of you having to like, I keep on seeing, like, I need to point this out. Like, I keep on hearing someone say, I really hoped you'd avoid seeing that. Which is the modality of somebody like bottom of the deck, right? Yeah, like when we articulate to each other, right? I keep on hearing when we're working to heal the ugly side of ourselves, it's the space by which we have to observe it in order to work through it. And I feel like I've got somebody saying like you're maturing because like you've got a clear if you're seeing things that aren't pretty, like I keep on seeing like that is what you're energetically finding, right? And I keep on hearing the guide saying like how does one beautify the situation? And I keep on hearing beautifying situations is not putting a pretty face on it. It's showing another person what you see, right? And sometimes sometimes that is the best gift that we can give to each other, is what I keep on seeing. Grand Rising Glam, good to see you today. Absolutely. And just reminders to anyone who's a member over on the place where we keep the videos, you're also entitled to a one card if you would like to ask for one at this time. Just a moment. Alexandra, highest priority, please. Your guides are taking care. You've got some energetic protection right now happening, particularly around like guides, which is saying like there's no better job than minding your business. But I keep on hearing like minding your business is like not getting invested in another person's weirdness, is what I keep on hearing. Yep. Yeah, especially the stag energy, right? Like I feel like I see you connecting, right? Like I feel like I see you like I just keep on hearing something about your divine counterpart, which is like divine counterpart says like the divine counterpart's never going to make you feel like you have to bow your head to investigate something, is the message I keep on hearing, right? Like that's what I keep on getting. Like the divine counterpart says, like you won't have to bow your head to investigate what's going on there, because it says to me like they're going to be meeting you energetically. I keep on hearing they're going to be meeting you face to face. Avatar, one card, highest priority, please. You've got 3 cards. I know you had 3 cards coming. Well, you had 2 cards, but you're getting 3 cards coming up. I feel like there's somebody going through. It wasn't a wasted effort. Somebody's going through a profound healing, understanding, right? I keep on hearing love isn't calibrated by what another person deals with, but the ability that we work to heal so they don't have to deal with it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like it's somebody observing that they've been going about perceiving things all wrong, right? Yeah, like the shape of trauma often tries to say, oh, if you love me, you put up with it, failing to recognize that when we care about each other, we wouldn't make each other put up with things, right? We'd strive for better. So I feel like that's like you, right? Like I feel like it's you having to make a hard choice, but helping another person see something in the process. Nicole, highest priority, please. You're spiritually protected right now, even through some of that dread you're feeling, right? Like it feels like bottom of the deck, yeah, judgment card, right? The modality, I keep on hearing this, like the modality by which you work through something is not the space. Like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like somebody who felt confident that you come crawling back to them, right? Yeah, there's no crawling in healthy partnership. It's continuation, like that literally I feel like you've got some kind of angelic energy around you right now, because I just need to stress this. Angelic energy has no tolerance for energy that's in the business of teaching lessons, right? Like the modality by which, like when we articulate upon something, like I'm going to teach them a lesson, like the universe pricks up their ears and goes, lessons? Like I've got lots of lessons. Like, oh, we're teaching lesson, right? It's often the modality by which it's not our job. It's not our job to teach each other lessons. And the modality by which another person, right? Like just remember, like I said, don't let another person trying to create incite fear in you, right? Like just notate if they're trying to. Be like, oh, that's interesting, right? Oh, thank you. I keep wondering, thank you for giving another example on how you're trying to strike fear in me, right? Thank you. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Ella, highest priority around work changes. You're getting an extra card. So you're gonna get fine. You're gonna get through it fine. I know it feels like an energetic shakeup right now, but I keep on seeing bottom of the deck. You're clear-headed on it. You know? Like I almost see the modality by which another person wants to come towards you and say, like, can we get some thoughts in terms of how we could have handled something better? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, blank manifestation. Healthy energy appreciates sage advice, right? Which is understanding that expertise makes us look at things twice, right? which is often the space by which another person says, I need your eyes on this because you have some kind of expertise on something. Laurel, highest priority, please. Hangman, just be patient right now. Just be patient. Yeah, I know it's sometimes like this is you plan, like some things come with time. And so I keep on seeing, right? Like I keep wondering, like this is a season of you planting seeds, right? Which is not necessarily immediately seeing something immediately, but understanding like your intention or putting that intention forward. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the owl energy, right? Like don't look for immediate, right? Like don't look for immediate response on things. Like just continue to be energetically patient around something is what I'm getting. Per one card on pet reading. It's interesting too because I feel like there's something about this energy that is effectively, I feel like they're going through some kind of transition period right now. Like I keep on hearing someone trying to stretch their legs. Yeah, especially with the King of Wands. I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like this energy is in confirmation, like conversation with one of your guides. Is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially the earth dragon, right? It's like I keep on like I feel like there's something very like I feel like there's almost an energy around you that's having a conversation with a guide in terms of what they see is happening to you, like happening with you energetically, right? Which is like I keep on seeing like the energy that's very invested in trying to take care of you and trying to articulate the best way that they can effectively help you through something too, is what I keep on getting. Dotun, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. You could also become a super fan if you'd like to have a one card. You're welcome, Julia. You're welcome, Yaz. Minister, these are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. One card for Claire on their energy towards you. I feel like they have nothing but care for you. Yeah. I feel like there's something about, I feel like this is energy that has experienced a lot of situations by which energy has not had their best interest at heart. And I feel like it's a space by which another person like doesn't question for an instant what you bring forth to them is always in the space of trying to help them, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, even if it's not easy, right? Sometimes when energy cares about us, it's not that they give us the easiest thing, but they give us the thing we know we need to hear. One card for Tiff, General, please. Yeah, the 10 of Wands in its upright. Speaking of which, there's some energy who's walked away from you and they missed the blessing that you were, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Sun card, right? Energy too deep in their ego will miss the best thing that ever happened to them, because the modality by which you say to someone, nobody's ever told me that, is a space by which you say, I was the only one that cared enough to tell you, right? Yeah, especially with the fire dragon, right? Some energy recognizing that after the fact. Ruby, I got you, dear. Card on whether or not they will reach out. They don't want to make, like, here's the thing about it. Like, I see somebody who thinks about you constantly, but they feel like it would be greedy to reach out. Yeah, I keep on saying they feel like they're being chivalrous, to be greedy. They don't want to create a false sense of hope in you because they feel like they have a responsibility where they are. Like, I don't know what this is, but I literally see someone that says, I can't leave where I am. This is where I need to be. They don't want to put you in a position by which you have to choose between, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. I got you, Ava. One card on channeling process. Yeah, just continue to stay focused on something. I keep on hearing the same time every day, not just working on it every day, the same time, right? When you're working on channel, the same time. Like the consistency of timing helps as well in relationality to that. Thank you. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the owl energy, right? Let them know where to find you. Okay? Absolutely. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Hi there, Pinky. Minnie, one card on what you're working through in the dream space. It's karmic. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's karmic, and it feels like somebody karmically connected you that still misses you, but like it's not about whether they miss you, it's about, like, here's the thing about it. When like some karmic work we work through, right? It's not our job to resolve, right? It's frustrating when we have to kind of leave situations like that because it's related to how much they themselves, like, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if somebody, like, I often sense that with someone who's like locked themselves out of another person's life that left, not because they meant to, because they were expecting a change and then realizing like what a mistake they made. Alam, these are one card readings for super fans. You're so welcome. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You're so welcome, Laurel. You're so welcome, Ruby. All right, my friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. I will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. We've already got some individuals on the list tomorrow, but if you want to get on the list today, you'll have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. If you just became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find a special coupon code that will give you a discount on our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be on April 16th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.